Sense a power bottom extraordinaire.
Hey, bottom's only position.
Yeah.
Bottom is only a position.
That's why I said power bottom extraordinaire.
Okay.
Power bottom extraordinaire or into financial domination.
Yeah.
I mean, who was it that suggested? Wait, was it Sint that suggested the buying out the blue table?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was Sint.
To the point of making merch, I want to make a body pillow of scent so bad that literally is just called the bottom extraordinaire.
Power bottom extraordinaire.
Power bottom extraordinaire. Imagine like going to conventions and selling that shit.
Bro.
Giant ripped lion man, and it just is titled Power Bottom Extraordinaire.
I'm down.
Oh, it's so great.
Anyways.
D&D.
D&D.
Wait, but Zane, do it.
I'm
Zane.
doing it. You just do the recap. I'll do it while we're doing the recap.
Okay.
D&D.
All right.
All right. Now that that's out of the way.
What's that? On Persona D&D, because it's Persona time. I almost messed up, guys. I almost messed it up. It's Persona time. Fuck. Last time on Persona D&D, because it's already almost 4:50. We're still off track. Avrif, you were being held in a prison cell with Rinko and an unconscious Dane, reeling from the pain of jumping out of the headmistress's tower. You and Rinko had a conversation about what to do next, where you were, what Rinko's plan was. She didn't really have one. She just wanted to get away from the headmistress. It was revealed that she was actually hit by the arcane blast, and she was willing to sacrifice herself to ensure you and Dane survived being executed by the warden, who didn't seem to want to fuck around with any of your jokes that you were wanting to throw at him. While he led Rinko away, she did plant a kiss on you. So good job, Avrif.
Wow.
Good job. Congratulations. The warden led Rinko to her execution, to the execution room. And you surpassed all of my expectations, superseded all of them, did what I didn't think that you were going to do, and made it out of your cell. I was really expecting you to just be in there almost the whole time. Well, doing something. I wasn't sure what you were going to do, but I wasn't expecting you to get out of there so quickly. And you made your way to the guard that was guarding the execution room door, and we're trying to convince him to let you in. Group B, you made your way into the dungeon area proper, and you entered into the kitchen where Cyrus had found 2 potions of spell regeneration and drank them, I think, both immediately. So he was a little more rejuvenated for the fight to come. And before you guys could really move forward, you were stopped in your tracks. Almost all of you were stopped in your tracks by a woman in almost like a gothic Sailor Moon steampunk attire. And she referred to herself as Moon, and she wielded a giant hammer, and she had a big shield. She questioned what you were doing. She stated that you were interrupting her meeting, and that she was pissed that you guys had such an inconsistent schedule to what it used to be. And she decided that she wanted to come in here, get you all out, so she could go back to her meeting. Upon hearing Avrif talking down the hall, you were pretty miffed hearing Avrif's voice. But you all made your way swiftly, and Avrif, acknowledging that your party was nearby, you moved forward, and following Rinko's previous directions, you swiftly knocked the guard unconscious with one knock on the back of the head. And you all barged into the execution room, knocking the door off of its hinges right before Rinko was beheaded. And as you all blasted your way in, a fight broke out. And Avrif, you ended up meeting your end.
I did.
In a guard's embrace. However, due to Ionos awakening her inner strength, her persona Kelemvor, it was not the end. And with the assistance of a now empowered Ionos and the emergence of Moon on your side, and the healing of Rinko, you guys were all able to fell the warden and the guards, along with reviving a recently dead Avrif, who took his final revenge on the guard that killed him. You guys saved the part of the party that was captive, so good job. You guys did it. And you made your way out of the dungeon. Making your way out of the palace proper, Rinko, Dane, and Avrif, Ionos, and Claudia, now learning her name is Claudia, the secretary of the student council, you guys were all in front of Leo. Ionos and Claudia were standing above Rinko, Dane, and Avrif, as you guys were laying on the ground eating shit because you guys had just recently jumped out of the tower. Leo seemed flabbergasted at what was going on, and Claudia, you told him that you would see him in a few moments for your meeting with Blaine about the upcoming fire festival. The rest of the group, you found yourselves, Cyrus, Scent, and Flair in the cafeteria without the rest of your group, and you all met up together in the cafeteria. Avrif, before meeting up with your group, you doubled back to go speak with Sho. You asked for his advice on what to do, and he did give you advice. And you're not sure if what he said to you was helpful or not, but it was probably the best advice that you think he could have given you in the moment. And before you had left, Avrif, he asked for your thoughts on a prince and a princess of another nation getting together. And then he talked about a political marriage, and that he has a political forced fiance, but he has no intention of marrying her, and that he has eyes on somebody else. Before the conversation could go further, Ionos entered the room, and you quickly exited the room after that to rejoin the party. You rejoined the conversation, and the whole party, you guys headed out to the Cloud Catacombs. There was a bit of a somber moment as Avrif, you found out that Sina had died in the party's attempt to save you. Rinko, still carrying Dane through all this time, watched on as you began to have a panic attack over the events that occurred, about everybody going to die, and there's nothing that you could do about it. Flair, you tried to calm him down, and you made a declaration that you would never let any of them die. Rinko, however, used calm emotions on you, Avrif, and you were able to calm down. You did tell the party... What's up?
No, I was saying clutch.
Yeah. Avrif, you did tell the party that everything that had happened with the headmistress, about Dane, about falling down out of the tower, about catching up to Rinko and Dane and keeping them safe. And in doing so, you were able to seemingly make up with Sen after he had just blamed you for Sina's death. He recanted that, knowing that it wasn't your fault that she had died. The party, you guys then held a funeral pyre in honor of Sina and watched as she burned in honor of her life. Then you would ask Komi and Kimo if they could show Athos and Ziore everything about how Sina died and the funeral, and they said they could do it. and instructed you to bring them to their door outside the academy entrance. Small retcon, they did also tell you that Ziore was already waiting in your room per your previous request.
Right.
Sent. Rinko and Flair, halfway through, decided that they should take their leave. And Claudia, at this time, you also departed. You held the door open for them on your way to your meeting with Blaine and Leo about the Fire Festival. On your way, Rinko and Flair, to Rinko's room, you were intercepted by now Rinko's elder brother, and he was questioning you on your actions during the dark hour and asked Rinko why he was carrying Dane Clarissime. Rinko seemed to withdraw into herself as now began questioning you guys. But Flair, you kind of pushed him back, pushed him off, rebuking that, you know, you guys will do what is expected of you and not to worry about it. And as you began to walk away, he told you that the master was expecting a report. And you said that you would, and that it would be to the master and not now. And that, I believe, was it. Oh, now did tell you, Flair, that your next job would be moving up sooner rather than later because of the recent events as well. All right, so that is where we left off. That is where we are starting up. Avarif, how long at the funeral are you staying?
How, if we wait for the fire to go out, how long would that be?
It's a pretty big fire, so you think it'll last probably a few hours. It seemed like Rinko and Flair left after like maybe half of it.
Half of it. Okay. I will return back to this place, but I can leave now.
Okay. So you're gonna leave shortly after Rinko and Flair?
Yeah, I'll hug everyone that's left there and then join them afterwards.
Okay. All right, and Rinko did tell you her room number, so you can head there whenever you want. Sent. I did talk to Zeph. He said that Cyrus will stay as long as you want him to at the funeral. So
Okay.
unless you send him away, Cyrus will kind of sit there by your side.
Yeah. So yeah, he'll probably be there until like, yeah, it's just embers at that point.
Okay.
Question though, once the fire completely goes out,
Yes.
is the necklace that he put on there, is that completely gone or no? Since it was a magical item.
It is not. It is not gone. It is still there. Yeah.
Okay. He'll probably notice it, and then he'll probably at that point send Cyrus off.
Okay.
Probably give him like a big bro hug and
Yeah. Yeah, he'll embrace you.
yeah. And he'll probably just glance back, see that the necklace is still there, and just kind of like push aside some of the embers and such. Ah, you're persistent. And he'll grab the necklace again and put it around his neck.
Yeah.
If it's cooled enough. If not, then he'll just pocket it until then.
Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it actually heated up from the fire at all. It's cool to the touch.
Yeah. And Rakomi and Kimo still there?
Yeah, they're still waiting nearby.
He's gonna kind of just walk up to them. You two have done so much for me. Just for all of this. Would it be possible to contain her ashes in some way?
They look at each other and they look at you and they start nodding and say, "Of course we can."
However you'd like to do it, but if I could get those, that would be amazing.
Of course, we'll clean this up and gather them for you.
He just kind of just lowers his head and kind of just gives like a deep nod and turns on his heel and leaves.
And when you're ready for your siblings to see, as you requested, we'll have the ashes ready for you as well.
No time like the present. Then I'll see you in a couple more hours.
Very well. And they hurry over to the cinders and start cleaning it up.
And yeah, he's gonna head before going to his room. He's gonna go to the training grounds and find his brother.
Yeah, easy enough. You can walk there. You see Athos is standing there, arms crossed like he usually is. He's instructing some scrawnier kids. You think they're a couple first years that are just trying to get stronger. And he looks over and says, "Now see here, kids. This is what you would like to avoid becoming. A Leonin, but no offense, brother. A scrawny one. You want to be strong, like a true man."
Yeah, Sen's expression will kind of sallow a little bit and just get a little darker. And just not making eye contact with Azoth at all. And kind of just pull him aside a little bit. Just like, I need to talk to you a little bit.
Yes, of course. Train on. And he takes a step away. How can I help you?
Can you put someone in charge? I need you.
Who am I to deny my brother? Of course. All right. Let's see. And he looks around. Wilkins. Wilkins, take over. And Wilkins trots over. Yes, Athos. Take over for me, will you? And he says, of course.
It's gonna be for the rest of the session, most likely.
Wilkins gives like a little, really? And Athos just nods and says, I'll make up for it tenfold. Wilkins kind of nods, and Athos will turn to you and say, shall we go, brother?
Yeah.
Lead the way.
He will lead to his room. Him and Sina's room. And kind of slower in step, but yeah.
You get to the door of the student council dorms, and he stops at the door and he says, "Oh, are we going in?"
Ziora is waiting.
Okay. He looks tentative, but he will follow you.
Yeah, he'll make his way to his room, and the hollowing of the hallways just kind of going through, and very silent besides those words that they just exchanged, and just making his way to his room.
Okay, easy enough. You get there. As you walk in, you see Ziora is sitting on the edge of your bed. She's reading a book. And she sees you come in and she closes it. Sen, Athos. Sen, who were those creepy twins that told me to come here?
It's better I show you.
Show me?
It's better I show you what happened. And I just want you to trust me, have your faith in me, and just follow me and be as open-minded as you can.
Okay.
He'll lead him to the door.
Okay, and you do so.
Treat, whatever.
You get to the door. You see Komi Kimo in the door. And Athos and Ziore both kind of standing there a little ways away from you, and they just say, "Why did you lead us to the academy entrance for the tree?"
Just trust me, please. And he'll like gesture towards Komi and Kimo.
Okay. They step closer, and as they do, Komi and Kimo step away from the door, and Athos and Ziore both recoil because they both just came out of nowhere, like literally out of nothingness in their eyes. And Athos is like, "Oh, sorcery, magic. Oh, what is this? What kind of trickery? Oh, my eyes."
Sen's just gonna put his hand on Athos' shoulder, casting friends.
Mm-hmm.
Just trust me, please.
All right. This is strange. Are you both magicians? Do you play axe? And Komi and Kimo both laugh at each other, and they look at you, and Komi says, "Sen, come here."
Yeah, and he'll walk over.
Yeah, and Kimo hands you this small brass urn and says, "This is what you asked for."
Yeah, he'll set it on the ground for just a moment after staring at it for a good long while.
And while you're staring at it, Komi puts 2 fingers on your forehead, and she says, "Just think about the events that occurred in however long you want."
Yeah, he'll think about them in as much detail as he can.
And as you do, you begin to feel something, this thoughtless light, come out of the side of your head, almost like a ribbon of some kind, like camera reel footage almost. And she pulls it out. The memory still lives in your head, but she's holding it in her hands as like a tangible object. And she hands it to you. And as it gets put into your hands, you can feel the thoughts flowing through you of everything that you were thinking. And Komi and Kimo both say, if the 2 of them touch it, they will be able to soak in the memories.
Yeah, with if he has a free hand, he'll just kind of go and just hand on her head and just thank you for everything.
And they say, if there's anything else, feel free to let us know, but we'll let you guys have your moment together. And they both walk back into the Cloud Catacombs, disappearing from sight, and Ziore is still looking in their direction of where they just disappeared, and then her eyes slowly navigate to you and just say, "What is going on?"
So, you remember all of those stories that we heard as a kid about magic and these extravagant beasts and everything?
Children's fairy tales, yes.
They're not fairy tales.
What do you mean?
He just walks over with the urn and the thought manifestation.
Mm.
Hands Ziore the urn, and then with his free hand, he now just conjures an eldritch blast in his hand.
She looks at the light emanating from your hands as she's holding the urn, and you and Sina are always up to something. What even is this? What? And she's like looking at the urn.
He'll just hold the manifestation out to them both. Just touch this and trust me, please. Open mind and everything.
Very well. And Athos looks at Ziore and just pats her on the back and says, "Let us trust in our brother. He has never fully led us astray before." And the both of them, in sync, grab onto the ribbon. And you watch as the memories of the events through your eyes, everything from entering the palace to watching Sina die to you dying yourself to the events at the river, watching Taiki form, watching you come back to consciousness, hearing Cyrus crying, all the way to the funeral.
Yeah, and as all of the events are kind of transpiring for them, his face just starts to darken further, and the only real thing that you kind of see is just the glow in his eyes and him still kind of tilting his head down.
And as the memory is finished, the ribbon sort of starts to disapparate in your hands and their hands, fulfilling its purpose. Athos, unsure of how to respond, unsure how to think about what's going on. He looks at you, and then he looks over at the urn, and he takes it from Ziore, who is just stunned. And Athos says, "A true Leonin. Dying on the field of battle is something to be honored. The last Amon to have such an honor, I can't even remember. You will be missed, sister. But you will live on with our ancestors."
She's still here too. Even a part of her is here. And he holds up both necklaces now.
And he looks down. Yes.
He'll finally look up and look Athos in the eyes. The gold shimmer from both of his eyes now glowing. And here.
A steadfast resolve.
He's going to kind of just glance over at Ziore and kind of get a gauge of her as well.
Make an insight check. She looks really hard to read. She has a multitude of different emotions on her face. Like, she isn't fully accepting what's going on, what's being talked about, but is just taking in what's going on right now. You're not really sure if there's anything deeper going on yet.
Speak your mind, sister.
She almost is formulating the thoughts as you say that to her. She looks around, almost sort of trying to shake herself out of the daze that she put herself in. She says, "I just took her to the salon not even a few hours ago, and when... Oh.
All of this? How?
I understand what I saw. I don't understand what I saw. Doesn't make sense. If this has been possible, why have we never heard about it before?
Because it was very well hidden from everyone. Only a small handful of us know about what's going on. And
Said she wanted to talk and was... What did she want to talk to me about?
I don't know. I have no idea. The reason she looked like that was she was gone for, to us, was just a couple days. For her, it was almost a year. In this, and he holds the necklace up again.
No. This is insane.
I wish I could tell you it was insane. I wish I could tell you it wasn't true. I wish I could tell you all of this was fake. And he casts fly on himself.
Yeah, and you start hovering above the ground, feeling the limits of how far up you can fly in the area around the door.
Probably keeping it to the height of the tree and kind of hidden under the brush, but still kind of showing that he's, levitating.
Yeah, yeah.
And using his last spell slot, he'll also walk over to Athos after landing and cast Misty Step and sit on one of the branches above them. It's all real. All of it.
They both kind of look at you, and Athos is nodding, still holding the urn, and he says, all right. I don't understand. I don't need to. I understand everything that is necessary. And he pats the top of the urn.
I needed you two to be aware of everything going on, just in case I don't come back. I don't want you to lose both of us.
Athos takes a breath and he says, dying on the battlefield is the greatest honor a man could ask for. I know you won't die, brother, but should you, you have my wholehearted respect. And he'll lightly bow to you, and I'll say, now, I need to be alone for a bit. And he will hold up the urn and look at it. And then walk over to the base of the tree and place it down. And then he'll turn and walk into the academy.
He'll just nod his head and glance at Ziore again. Get another, just like, long look at her. Not trying to gauge her or anything, just embedding her memory in him.
Yeah, and she looking up at you and she says, you know, I really thought that Sina was about to give me a run for my money to take over Amon. I think I would have been happy if she beat me.
And he looks at her with this determination on his face. I'll be the one that will give you a run for your money. I'm not letting things be the way they were anymore. I'm gonna change everything.
She looks up and smiles at you. A healthy sibling converse. It's a competition then.
He'll just hold his hand out.
She'll reach out for you.
A new rivalry then.
May the best Amon win.
He'll just nod his head, his eyes glowing more.
Hmm. Don't let her down.
Never.
And she'll bow to you and say, I need to go after Athos. Make sure he isn't too wound up.
Yeah, he'll just nod his head.
She'll turn and begin walking away.
Yeah, he'll go and recover Sina.
Mm.
And just go back to his room.
Okay.
Place it on the desk. Just he'll just sit on his bed and kind of stare across the way at Sina's empty one.
Mm.
Probably exhaustion will take him eventually or something, but he'll sit there, just the necklace in his hand, the plum necklace, and just all the fond memories of her flooding back to him.
And that's where you can take your long rest for the night, as sleep eventually does take you. Claudia.
Ah! I'm not okay. Oh. I'm dropping spoilers after session. So, fuck all of you.
God damn.
If you want to know what Sina wanted to talk to Ziori about, you'll know after the session. Fuck all of you. Anyway, fuck you, Striker, for the voice cracks. Alright.
Yes, I'm glad it went through!
It did, holy shit. That was so good. That was so good.
It's like we're finally gonna have one session where I'm not gonna cry in the last 3 weeks.
I was practicing that shit this morning.
Oh, God damn you. That was so good.
Oh, I was so in like the best headspace for Claudia, and you just shattered me. All right, we're fine. Let's go. All right,
Yeah,
fucking
starting the session off with a banger, man.
Smack your face, get back
Claudia's
into it.
Crying. She just walked into a pole.
Yeah. Claudia's crying because she has to go into a meeting with Leo and Blaine.
Honestly, me too, girl. Would cry too. Anyway, okay.
All right.
All right,
So-
happy music. We're back.
You are walking back to Blaine's office, Claudia. After the middle of the funeral, you kind of stepped out with Rinko and Flair, and you watched as they took a different path than you. As you get closer to Blaine's office, it dawns on you that you've been gone for a while. And that you were already mid-conversation with Blaine before the dark hour started.
Son of a fuck, son of a fuck, son of a fuck. Okay.
And as you get closer to the door, you hear... Listen, Leo, I'm not crazy, all right? Listen, she was here, she was mid-conversation, and then gone. I don't know. I blinked. I had nothing to drink today. I had nothing to drink. I swear. It just here, gone, and then nothing. And Leo says,
starts to knock on the door.
and Leo says, I just saw her outside, or she said she was coming here. And he turns and opens the door. See, she's here now. Hey, Blaine.
Apologies. Anyway.
Blaine straightens up. It's the what? How?
Are you feeling under the weather?
I think I must be. Maybe it's this new energy drink I've been trying. I need to step off that stuff. Leo says, I keep telling him those things will rot his brain, so he's probably hallucinating.
Too much of those does have a ton of sugar in it, and you don't know what they put in sugar nowadays. Anyway. Now, for today's matters.
Blaine just kind of rubs his head and he says, I secured the funds for the Fire Festival. So the September 22nd, right after midterm week is done, we'll be all set for funding. We just need to secure the work, and Leo says, not needed. I have already secured all the hands we'll need for next week. As festival committee chair head, I have already secured all the workers necessary to set up the festival next week, and we will be all set by the weekend to set up for midterms.
Claudia has like a little notepad that she's quickly scribbling all of this down on, just to check.
So, Madam Secretary, what we need from you is to just finalize the paperwork and get it to show to sign off on for the workers, the funding that Blaine has secured to gather the supplies, and I can set up for the Fire Festival whenever.
You have all of the proper documentation currently?
Blaine? And Blaine says, yes, right here. And he hands you the documentation for Beltane.
Okay. If you could also give me a name of all of the workers that you have for your project, I will go over this all in my office and then send it over to Show. We should have it to you by the morning.
Leo nods and he says, all right, I will start working on that.
If there is something incorrect on your paperwork, where mayhaps can I find you?
Well, I was working as the squire, but I felt that taking over as festival committee chair was a little more my speed, a little more important for the moment, so I stepped away from my squire duties. And so you could probably find me around the offices. I'll be meeting with some of the other council members as we get closer to the festival. And also, I am getting to be a part of the 300-year celebration this winter. So you could probably find me around here. I am more than likely going to be working closer with you anyway, coming up.
Understood. Speaking of the 300-year celebration, how is everything going between you and the Treasury? And she's looking towards Blaine.
He kind of has a tight smile and he says, it's not been easy. It's not been easy whatsoever. We have holidays on holidays on holidays coming up. You know, we got, the Cheese Rolling Festival in April as well. We got, St. Cole's Day right around the corner there. We got a lot going on. Eclipse Day,
What we could do, especially for the winter time with the 300 celebration, if we want to mix festivals with our new festival committee chairhead, we could take St. Cole's Day and.
What about what if we take St. Cole's Day, the new Sunday, and the 300-year festival? We could put them all together.
Do you think that would be a reasonable request? She looks towards Leo.
Leo kind of tilts for a second and he says, well, that would be almost a week-long festival.
Well, especially with midterms and everything, I feel like it's just something people need in the winter.
Well, that'll be towards finals, but yeah.
Sorry. Bit of a crazy day. The new squire and everything going around.
Yes, my best friend Cyrus. I suggested Ionos take him on, and she was surprisingly more than happy to agree to the matter.
Yes, Cyrus. I still have yet to pull into an official meeting with him. There's a few new student council members that I have to meet and everything. It's been such a blur. She's like tapping her chin, like getting lost in thought and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I have to do that. Another being at 7. All
Anyway.
of a sudden she just snaps straight.
Yeah.
So, is there anything else that we need to discuss as a matter of importance? Or can we adjourn this?
Leo looks at Blaine and says, I think that was about it. I can get you the names of everybody probably as early as this evening. Other than that, I think just Blaine's documentation on the funding, and I have everything else under control.
Sounds great. Let me know. And she points towards Blaine. I mean, as soon as you have the documentation done, and just give the document to one of my aides if you can't find me.
He nods and he says, actually, I do have more document for you. It's for Heritage Day in November coming up, too.
Right. Thank you so much.
Yes, I know you've been expecting that. We're wanting to get a jump start because all the students are, going home, coming back. So I just wanted to get a jump on that as well. Here you go. And he takes out a few pages of documents and he says, here are all the budget listings. It's going to be tight this year, but I think we can still do, a bigger meal than last year.
If anything, we could probably pull some strings for a fundraiser.
Could do that too.
Probably
That might be fun.
The Fire Festival have a few.
We could do like a pie thing. People love pie.
I've heard of these like dunk tank things. Basically,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like a trap door. Yeah, I've heard
I
of
think
those.
that's new. That's a new thing, right? In Oscar, I think it is.
Yes.
They do that thing there with the seat that falls down in the water. I heard that's a fun thing to watch.
Could do like dunk a teacher or something.
Yeah. That'd be a lot of fun. There are a lot of teachers. Well, a
bring
lot
in
of
a
teachers
lot
that.
I think it'd bring in a lot of money to help out with the funds.
Sounds like a fine idea. All right, I'll put Leo. Can you handle that? Maybe figuring out the dunk tank. And he says, "I can handle it. I'll take care of it."
All right, I will leave that to you. And she goes to grab the heritage paperworks. Paperwork.
Paperworks. yeah.
Oh, so many thoughts in our brains.
Mm-hmm.
All right. For now, I'm going to head to some other matters. Thank you so much for your time. And have a great afternoon.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
She like slightly nods and then leaves.
Yeah, and Leo shortly leaves after you, and he's heading off in a separate direction as you. What is your heading?
Of the conversations in the Cloud Catacombs.
Mm-hmm.
Did she hear anything about sense plans or whatever?
I mean, yes and no. You heard him ask about getting memories to his siblings. You did hear him say that Ziore was going to be in his room waiting for him. But other than that, you didn't really hear anything else about Scent or what he was going to be doing.
She's going to go probably back towards the direction of the Cloud Catacombs.
Okay.
For the sole fact that Ziore is there.
Okay.
Possibly.
You start to head back in that direction. You don't find Ziori there.
Dread. Walk into the Cloud Catacombs just to see if anyone's left, or if they're all okay and have disappeared.
You walk back in and you just see Komi and Chemo kind of a little distance away, sort of cleaning up some remains of cinders, and they kind of look over at you and lightly wave, but other than them doing that,
She
there's
waves
not really
back
anybody
and
else.
Lets them back to their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now I'm gonna have to look over these fucking documents and not know if everyone's alive. Why am I worried? Anyway, then she goes to head to her office.
Okay. You can do so. As you make your way into your office, you see at your desk, writing some paperwork, filling out some paperwork, is Arkeen Declare. Her kind of soft blue skin, her dark blue hair tied up into a bun, and she's filling out paperwork, and she looks up and she says, "Ah, Claudia, I wasn't expecting you back today so soon."
I do not have enough coffee.
Well, come sit. And she stands up and pulls out your chair for you.
Thank you. You didn't need to, but thank you.
It's my pleasure. I am your aide after all. And she walks over and she says, "I just brewed a fresh pot. I had also sent Graham out. I guess Ionos and Sho were expecting you. Graham's covering for the moment. Don't worry about it.
Shit, I forgot.
Graham's taking care of it."
I will take over in a moment. I have all of these papers from the meeting with Blaine and with Leo. The finance paperwork should be coming in soon. And I definitely want to make sure everything looks fine with that.
Very good.
It seems a little too chipper and it throws me off.
Isn't he always like that?
Blaine? God, no.
No? I always get that from him. He always acts nervous around me for some reason.
I think he's just nervous.
I don't know what there is to be nervous about.
I mean, look in a mirror. Anyway. Okay, so this is the Fire Festival paperwork. They will be in with a list of all of their hands to help set everything up. Oh, yeah, and I just had combined 3 festivals for winter, so that's gonna be great!
We're combining 3 festivals for winter?
Yep.
Right after finals?
I mean, work for us, great for everyone else.
I mean,
Plus,
alright.
Depending on how we do things for the Fire Festival, we might actually be able to get extra funds for the 300-year celebration and all of us to pull it off successfully. God, I fucking hope so.
That's gonna be exciting. Oh my gosh. Wasn't expecting that.
It'll be a lot of fun the week of. Leading up to it, I think I'm going to lose almost all of my hair.
Let's hope not. You have a nice head on your shoulders.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I'm going to let you do a first run through of all of this paperwork. I'm going to meet up with Sho and with Ionos. When I come back, I will do another look.
Do you want me to look through the paperwork and you can go to your meeting, and when Graham comes back we can double team this so you don't have to deal with it?
I will still probably double check everything myself after you two do, but I would appreciate it if you both did. I always love,
Very well.
Extra input.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I will be back as she, starts to chug the coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, I will be back.
Good luck. You might want to fix your hair a little. It's kind of messy.
She takes her hat off really quick and shakes her head.
Yeah,
See if that helps.
Tarkin, nope, allow me. And she takes out a small brush and she just starts brushing your hair. Your hair is a mess always under this hat.
Well, to be fair, chasing 2 squires has been such great fun.
Yes, I'm sure. Probably not easy, that's for sure.
Haven't even met them yet. To meet them, save their lives. Just, oh, what a clusterfuck of work. They interrupted my meeting.
Ridiculous.
I had to trick Blaine into thinking he was just, drinking too many energy drinks.
I can't believe you do that.
Oh, what a shocker.
Alright, you're all set. Get out there. And she slaps you on the ass.
Okay,
Wake up!
Yep, I will be back. She, stiffenly walks out the door. What the fuck? Anyway, I should be used to that by now. And she's just gonna start making her way over to Shio's office.
Okay. Flair! Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right, you are heading with Rinko to your room, or your and Rinko's room. You guys share a room, right? You and Rinko? Or do you not? Yeah? Okay. So it is collective your room.
Yeah.
All right. So you arrive shortly ahead of Avarith. As you walk into the room, Rinko walks over to the bed and she places Dane on her bed. And lays him down, head on the pillow. He's still unconscious, and she sits down and just takes a breath and just head in hands, just... I cannot believe the day that we just had.
Flair is still kind of lingering in the door. It's closed behind her, but she's still standing in front of it, wringing her hands. She's like, yeah, no kidding. Yeah, I'm honestly getting tired of having eventful days. So we need a report for the master. And
Yes.
now has just seen us. Now has just seen us holding Dane. Now has seen us holding Dane and believes that this is who will be the next target.
Yep.
And now so will the master. So...
Is Avarith
So-
anywhere near this door?
Not yet. You're still a few steps behind, yeah. I'll let you know.
So we have now more limited time for us to figure out the
I mean, we just roll with it, right? We have responsibilities, Flair.
you know that Rinko, I don't want to go back in there, and it's so soon, and I don't think I'm ready, and I'm tired of having you cover for me,
What?
and I can't keep lying. I'll do it.
You know I will always cover for you if you need me to.
But then you're lying for me, and that puts a target on you, and I can't bring you down with me if they find out. So, okay, because do we we tell the master about what you found out with the headmistress?
I mean,
What Dane had said?
the headmistress said we were in a cult.
It's not. No, that's.
She called it Shantae's cult.
Well, clearly
And
she's in her right mind.
She's bullshitting, right? We're not in a cult.
No, there's. She tried to blast you and my brother, her family, her. You know. She knocked you out a window, and.
Well, Avrith kicked me out a window, but yeah.
Yeah, but because she was about to
Kill me, yeah, and
yeah.
Dane.
And Dane, and was she trying to kill him? Isn't he like a golden boy? Isn't Dane a golden? Like she's clearly absolutely not in her right mind. Something's going on here. Do we? Okay.
What did we tell the master though? I don't know. And Avrith, this is when you are getting to the door.
Oh.
Okay.
Are you not?
I'm just outside the door, right?
Are you walking up and knocking? Like you don't hear the conversation walking.
So I don't
up
hear
to the
anything
door.
walking up.
Not directly. They're not like yelling, but they're not like, you know.
No, yeah.
Hushed tones. You just hear noise coming from inside.
I'm just gonna like straighten myself up in front of this door very nervously, because here I am now entering the third year's room,
Right.
especially women.
Yeah.
This should be
Typical
fine.
dragon.
This is normal behavior. Normal. Didn't the last time I walked in a room with them, this could be the same. Surely not. I am going to proceed to knock.
Okay. You hear a knock behind you, Flair.
Who is it?
Can I hear this?
Yeah.
It's Avrith.
She just kind of like shoots a look at Rinko, like the fuck?
She looks red, like her face is beet red, and she just like yells out, "I didn't mean come to my room right now. I'm not even dressed."
Oh, I can return later.
I'm kidding. Come in.
He's gonna scratch his head, already done, like turning away. And he's gonna just peek back at the door. Hi.
Just let him in. Fine.
Silently walk in.
Flair kind of like folds her arms across her chest so that she can hide how she's kind of jittering a lot.
And Flair is Flair is stepped away from the door to allow you to walk in, Avrith, and as you do, you see Rinko sitting on her bed, and in the bed, laying on the bed, is an unconscious
Can I
Dane.
insight check to see if she goes jitteriness?
Flair, yeah, go for it. Go for an insight check.
Or unless you say you're trying to hide it, right?
Yeah, she's
All
trying.
right, make a deception check to me, Flair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, make an insight check, Avrith.
Okay. Oh, it's rolling slow.
Hardware acceleration.
Yippee.
There you go. And it's, oh damn it. Oh, I have to left click. Hang
Yeah.
on. Okay. There we go.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I had to click on it first. Oh.
Oh,
God damn.
shit. Oh shit.
My bad,
God
bro. You
damn.
ain't hiding jack
Well-
shit from me, man.
Oh my god.
Wait,
This is
what?
too fucking good.
There's
Holy
no way.
shit.
Did you also? She go.
I knew that the one time I'd roll a nat 20.
No way.
We got
Oh,
this same fucking.
No way.
meets it beats it, but this is insane.
Wow.
Which one beats it? Because we both
Meets it
meets
beats it. Meets it beats it. Well, he's trying to insight your deception, so it's him versus you. So you're setting the check, and he's meeting it.
But I'm trying to decept his insight.
You're the armor class.
Yeah.
His is the attack roll, essentially.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah. You're setting the bar, and he's meeting it. That's what's
Yeah.
happening.
The one time I roll a nat 20.
Damn! I can't believe you guys have the same modifier too. That's insane.
No way.
Mad.
Wait, so if she had like one more, would she win because it's
Yeah.
higher?
Yes.
Oh, damn. My
Yeah.
bad.
No, you're good. So
You're bad.
based on beating your roll, what is he perceiving from you, Flair? What are you exhibiting? What kind of emotions are you revealing on your face?
So Flair has backed away from the door to allow it to open, but she's on the side of the door that would be open, so
Mhm.
he would not have seen her first. So she's clearly trying to be out of view. She's like more towards the corners of the room. Her arms are kind of folded over. There's a slight like quiver rolling through her body. She keeps like adjusting herself, keeps moving, and she's chewing the absolute shit out of her lip.
Okay. Athos is gonna kind of like look over and squint, and then kind of look at Rinko and look back at Flair. Are you okay? You clearly look a little nervous.
What do you think after the day that we've had?
No, I don't blame you on that at all. Yeah, that's
I don't
Fair.
exactly know you people, and yet I've been fully engrossed in this bullshit.
bullshit. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of look at Rinko. She knows who you are, right?
Oh, like you're saying that to Flair?
I'm saying that to Rinko.
He like just smiles and says, "I."
He's gonna kind of squint eye, because we've been through a fair amount of shit as well. That also is related to people we don't know. He's gonna kind of look at Flair.
Listen, I think that the three of us, you know,
Mhm.
Avrif.
Yeah. You weren't so very subtle about it if you were trying to hide it.
Well, I mean,
It almost looks like you were calling out for help. He's gonna kind of like squint his eyes a little bit more. Really try to see if any of these questions hit.
I'm always looking for a dashing young hero to come and save my day.
Yada, yada, yada. Let's... Come on now.
What do you
know,
expect?
I don't know. Is there nothing else you can give? I mean, I beat you to a pulp once.
Flair.
What?
And she just says Flair.
Mm,
I don't know. And she stands up and she walks over and she like wets a rag and she just begins to kind of clean Dane's face a little more. And
Okay. Clearly not the time to ask. We'll move on from that conversation for now, but how is he doing?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be asking that to Ringo.
she's like shaking her head and says,
Still just...
he hasn't woken up since he was, well, we got the crap beat out of us, but I don't know. I'm not a nurse, you know.
That's fair. Is there anyone we can trust to be able to see him?
I think the only good one with medicine around here is Flair.
Ah. Do you still have a harsh look at him? I was gonna say that to Flair.
Well, I don't know. If someone's sick, I have a duty of care. So, you know. Can I look over Dane, see how he's doing?
Yeah, roll a medicine check.
Okay, yeah.
Do it.
I don't need to just roll to you
No.
specifically?
No.
Mm-mm.
Just roll.
Oh, wait. I was like so ready for that 5.
Okay. That's pretty good. Pretty good. God damn, okay. Cool. Yeah, you look over him. It seems like the experiences haven't left so much physical toll on his body. It seems like he's more perhaps emotionally exhausted, and that has just put him in this long, deep sleep. Are you putting your hands on him at all? Are you touching him at all?
Yeah, I can go over and kind of very tentatively touch him.
Okay.
The corner of her mouth is twitching. Not quite in disgust, but in disdain. Disdain.
Disdain. Yeah, so he as you sort of put your hands on him, you almost feel like a semblance of something stirring inside of him as you feel your touch to him. And he, as soon as you start to like pull away after you're done kind of assessing him, your eyes look up and his eyes are slowly opening, meeting your gaze. And
There he goes, he's fine.
Wait, what'd you say?
Said, there he goes, he's fine.
What do you mean? I was gonna get closer.
And he looks up and he's looking at you, Flair. He looks around the room. Where am I? Flair? Is that you? And he starts blinking, trying to like get his vision back into focus.
Dane. Huh? Hey.
Huh?
This is Flair. Yeah. Do you still not recognize me?
Who are you? Sorry.
I was gonna just faint smile and look down. No, I just helping out.
Oh,
I gotta
gotcha.
step away a little bit.
Where are we?
We're in my room at the academy.
Gotcha. And he reaches up and he feels his throat. My voice sounds different.
Do we noticeably hear it different as well?
No, he sounds normal to you guys.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Mm.
Dane, where were you last? What do you last recall?
He looks at you, Flair, again. You see kind of tears start to well up in his eyes. He's gotten so big.
Yeah.
So much more grown up.
Yeah, I guess
Kind of like very
there's
faintly
a
look at Rinko.
noticeable difference when you abandon
But you-
somebody and don't talk to them for years.
What do you mean? And he wipes the tears out of his eyes. What do you mean?
Flair, this is what me and Rinko were talking about. Headmistress did something to him, and then he just seemed just so far away. He doesn't know who I am, which means his mind is not in the present. He probably remembers wherever you guys were in your childhood. That's the Dane you're talking to right now. The one that abandoned you, the one that has been gone for years. That's not the person you're looking at. Not now, at least.
Childhood.
Yeesh. Well, your hair's different. You used to have more autumn feel to you. What happened? And he tries to start to sit up.
Ooh. Flair swallows hard. She's like, yeah, let's not go there yet. Dane, what are your most recent memories of me?
Well, how are mother and father? Where are they coming here soon? What day is it? It's got to be near the Heritage Festival, right? It's kind of cold outside. I think they should be coming. They said this year, right?
Does that
or
mean
what
anything
year
to you
is it?
guys?
Yeah. Dane,
He starts
do you
to sit
remember
up.
Kane?
Oh, slow down there, man. It's okay.
All good. Okay.
Do you remember
Yeah.
Kane? Do you know where Kane is right now?
Yeah. I remember what happened to him.
Yeah.
Does Kane ring a bell to Aberrath at all?
You remember Kane's name was mentioned once previously. The significance, I don't believe, was exactly stated, but the name was mentioned once before.
Gotcha. All right.
Yes, I do. Are mom and dad still torn up about it?
I mean, Mum is. So how long ago did you start at the academy? Remind me?
I'm a second year.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
2 years?
She turns to Everett and Wrinkle.
Are you
She's
telling me
like,
this only happened 2 years ago? All of this hate is only 2 years? You expressed it like it was a lifetime.
only?
Flair.
Well, huh? I mean, Kane died 2 years ago. Why? Right?
I'm sorry, Dane. I'm actually a good friend of yours. We're in the present 2 years later, after Kane's death. I don't know the significance of this individual, but you're 4th year here at the academy.
This individual happens to be his sister. And I don't know who the fuck you think you are. But you've come in here, and ever since he's supposedly been friends with you, he's been a completely different person to the person I knew growing up. He remembers me, clearly.
Dane, I know, has
Doesn't
saved my
remember
life
you.
countless of times. And so we have two different perspectives on the same individual.
Steve?
And you've manipulated him to be this way somehow and gotten him in danger, and now he's like this. How do you explain that? How do you explain that this has happened to your friend?
Magic?
Really?
What else?
Okay. Of course.
So, well, if you are aware, then
Yeah. We're also users, all of us.
oh,
If that wasn't also apparent.
gotcha.
What do you remember about your aunt? Anything?
She was the last thing that I remember was she was really mad at me.
What was Auntie mad about, Dane?
I went home after Kane died a few times. Just once or twice. Because I wanted to see you. I wanted to see Mom and Dad.
Mm-hmm.
And,
And why did you? Why were you
you're
so-
just... You're so inconsolable, Flair.
Yeah. Of
You're
course.
just so sad. Jeez.
And yet you were so cold. Why were you so cold to me, Dane? I've said it before and I'll say it again. There are approval checks for Flair, and
Oh, shit. Okay.
only one person has ever successfully passed them.
Was it Sina? Cause if so, R.I.P.
All right. Back into the scene.
Not telling.
Damn.
What was the last thing you were saying, Flair?
She asked Dane why, when he had gone back to visit, why he was acting so different and so cold.
He shakes his head and he says, I wasn't trying to be cold.
What
I
were you
was-
trying to do exactly?
Trying to hide pain. Since you already know, you had locked your heart. So I was unlocking it.
Unlocking it?
He took on what your burden was.
I healed your heart from the pain.
From what pain?
That pain of losing our older brother, of what you were experiencing that was similar to him. You don't remember it because I told you that you should forget it, that you should live your life the way you want to live it and just forget about the moments of pain and suffering that the illness was causing you. And you told me that you couldn't get rid of the curse and that it was tied to you. So with Kronos' help, I took it
That's the Dane I know.
Flair's just gonna shoot Avarif daggers.
Arif is combating those daggers.
Yeah, I don't think you know him. And I don't think he knows you. So, why are you even here?
For him. And to make sure everyone else is okay. Dane's a dear friend. He saved my life once, so if I can help him, I will.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of Dane's miraculous abilities to save people, and it's very convenient that I don't remember this great burden you've taken on Dane.
Because I took it from you and I told you to forget it. I told your heart to forget it, so you did. Same
And
thing. If you have the same power that I do, then you already know that I'm telling you the truth.
So,
Look into him. You're good at medicine, right? That's what Rico said. I'm sure you'll find something.
so you have this affliction now.
I am sick, yeah. And that's why Auntie was furious with me, and that's the last thing that I remember is her screaming at me that that I didn't know what I did, and that she worked so hard, and I threw everything away.
What did she work hard on? Was she specific?
He kind of recoils into himself. She was using me to enter into people and kill them.
I see.
Kill their hearts.
Flair looks at Rinko and she's like, this is exactly what I feared was happening, was something was influencing Dane. I'd hoped something was, and this wasn't just of your own accord. And so, you don't remember what happened to Father?
Something happened to him?
Yes, Dane. There's a whole nother 2 years that you need to be caught up on, I suppose. And a whole nother 2 years where Avarif was supposedly present and supposedly protecting you, and yet it seems to have gotten worse. So, again, why are you standing here?
I've only been here for a month. But
A month,
time
and
works
yet-
differently when we are in the catacombs, palaces, anything. We've been through a lot
Right.
more.
I see. And yet, ever since you have come into his life, things have seemed to escalate. You
I
and
didn't
all
know
your
a life before that.
companions.
I only know what we've been through now. Whether that's separate from what you've dealt with or not, I don't know.
And how about you shut the fuck up and let me speak to my brother and stop chiming in as if you know what is happening here?
I'm giving you the relevant information of the now. And so far, all you've done is attack him. It's barely a conversation.
I'm simply trying to get information out of him, what he knows, what he doesn't know, put the pieces together of what has happened to him and what's
You have to be
happened to
so
us.
aggressive about it? You just woke up
Do you
from
need
some
to be
coma.
such an asshole?
It's not being an ass. I'm being there for him.
You're chiming in as if it's your place to. It's clearly not your place. You don't know him, you've known him for a month. and yet you judge me and say that 2 years of holding on to anger is something when you have no idea what's happened. So Dane, did Auntie do something to you after you came back from visiting home?
She... Well, I went and saw her, because I had to see her, to get my... I was starting to show symptoms. And, he started to yell, and I remember a bright light, and then I remember seeing Rinko, and she was holding me from the back. And we fell out the window. And that was terrifying.
So you'd still be sick now, right?
I can feel it, yeah.
Flair quickly goes to grab a pen and paper, and then she moves next to Dane and tries to assess symptoms and asks him to tell her what he can feel. Should I do another medicine check, or?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yippee! We've today.
All of the symptoms that he is stating to you fall in line with the mysterious ailment that was plaguing your minds.
Our minds, like
The titanium mines, yeah, like the mines,
the mines, not the mines.
No,
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The ailment that has sort of tapered off in years, mysteriously.
Right.
He's showing fresh symptoms.
Right. So she's writing them down, and then she just goes, shit. So... Oh, fuck. So it wasn't something coming from the mines.
The man-made ailment.
Auntie is put this in. She did this to Kane.
I developed my powers when I was still at home, in reference with you and Mom, Dad, and Kane. During one of Auntie's visits, felt something from her, and I asked her about it in private, and she asked me about magic and all that stuff, and I told her that I had powers, special powers, and she didn't believe me, but I showed her, and she believed me. And I was just, I was really young. I don't know the exact years ago at this point. Probably 3 or 4 years before I even came to the academy, and she said that she could use my help, and we never had a great relationship with Auntie, and I was excited to help her, and I agreed to helping her. And I didn't know that agreeing to do something for her meant that I had to do it.
She gave you no choice.
She locked me into a verbal contract.
What are you saying, Dane?
She used magic to bind my word that I would do what she told me to.
Please, please don't tell me that you were the one that did this to Kane.
No, but I didn't know that she did until she told me, because I told her after the first time that I killed somebody, I told her I didn't want to do it anymore and that it hurt too much and that I couldn't do it, and she said that because I denied her, I had to be punished. Then next thing we knew, Kane was dead.
She killed Kane as punishment.
Yeah. And said you were next.
As a punishment?
Yeah.
And all our people that have been inflicted with this, and then to me, what was she making you do? What?
He was making me go around and killing off some of the competition so that, you know, mom and dad's business would thrive a little more because, you know, Clarissa May's titanium mines, so she wanted to inflate the scale of our mines to increase the wealth and status of the Clarissa May name to further her career.
Killing people? She had you killing people?
Yeah.
In competition?
And now, well, I don't know if what you said is true about 2 years being missing. I don't know what her plan is now because she's the headmistress. But when she got to the school, her goals changed because she started to get real magic, not just subsidiary from me. And she said she wanted more power.
Flair has dropped the pen in the notepad and collapsed to her knees, and she's just looking at her hands and she's shaking. She's like, oh, those people. And for what? For status and for power and money and I really thought that I could help people. And our whole family is blood money.
Dane reaches out and he pulls you in for a hug, and he says, This is my fault. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Father was my fault, and now to find out that all of it was for nothing. I took him down into those mines for nothing. It wasn't the mines that made him sick. And I kept taking him down there to test all of my stupid inventions that I thought would help people.
No. I don't know what it's okay. I'm sure that anything that you thought was gonna be good for the mines, for the people, he was more than happy, I'm sure.
He was just humoring me. I was never going to make any sort of difference. And I know that now. And it's so stupid for not seeing it. I tried so hard, Dane. I tried to hold everyone together to make it all okay. and you were gone. And Mother only had me. And I was carrying so much. And then I know that Father was my fault, and now to know that it was all for fucking nothing.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't...
How could you kill people? How could you do that?
Didn't want to. I couldn't say no.
And Cain died for it, and Father died for it, and then me and you.
Couldn't say no. I tried to say no so many times. And she would just look at me and say, do it. And before I could even think about not, it had already happened.
Many. How many people?
Too many to repent for.
Where do you even look me in the eyes when you know the blood that's been on your hands? You know that goes against everything that I stand for. I know that you're saying that you wouldn't have had control, but surely...
What was I supposed to do? How was I'm still locked, Flair. I'm still tied, my hands are tied.
Then we have to get you unlocked. We have to do something about Auntie. She cannot keep getting away with this. Oh fuck, I wonder if Mum knows. Surely she wouldn't. I hope she wouldn't. Who can't even trust their own family.
I can't say that I'll do anything to protect you, because if Auntie says the word, then I don't have a choice. And I'm sorry. But everything that I do, everything that I am, I do it for you, I do it for Mom, I did it for Dad, I did it for Cain. Because I don't...
Killing people was not for us.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
I'm sorry, I know.
And this is the only way that I can protect you, is to just keep going, unless I just leave. If I leave, I don't know how long it's gonna take, but Auntie won't have control, and unless she finds me, and then that'll just be it. Maybe a month or two, and yeah, keep going.
Flair's gonna take a really deep breath, and she bites down hard on her lip and looks up at Rinko, and she says, there may be a solution for that. There may be some way for reprieve, but... And this time she's mostly talking to Rinko, and she says, but I don't want to be the one to do it.
Rinko looks down at you and she starts shaking her head, and she says, Flair, try, but you know the master's gonna want to send you. You're his guard dog.
I know, I just... I don't want to be in the dark again. I don't want to go back in the dark.
Was that your punishment for not doing something? Was being trapped inside that necklace?
Not a punishment, ever if it's a reward.
A reward to get trapped in time?
It was a test that I failed. It's always testing me, and then Ringo, you've covered for me too much.
Won't let you
Dane,
go.
we can...
Flair.
Thank you.
I just want to put two and two together real quick, just so I'm on the same page. Are we saying that both Dane is at the mercy of someone to kill people, and you are also at the mercy to kill people due to someone
I don't
else?
kill people.
I kill people.
I know you do, Dane. You told me.
Yeah, and Dane kind of puts his hand up and he just like puts it back down, and Rinko also says, I kind of also kill people. That's my job, not Flair's.
Well, I'm just saying in general, though, you're at the mercy of both different parties, right? I mean, that's don't
You
we
say
think
it
that
runs in the
everyone's
family.
wrong here?
Swear to fuck.
Mine's a little different though, Rinko says, and she says, I mean, my job is, I can't really talk about my job, but
Yeah, but it has to do with your brother.
no. Listen, you don't. No.
I
No.
don't know. I that's why I'm asking. 'Cause
No.
it seems like Dane's at the mercy of killing people, or else he'll be killed. And it seems like you have some kind of consequence if you don't also follow actions. I mean, what if
I
one of
get a
us is
consequence.
targeted next?
I
What
get
if
consequences
Flair-
for following rules.
So why are
Yeah.
you following them? What ties you to it?
Rinko
Yes.
kind of looks at you, Flair.
Because at the end of the day, we're just trying to help out to achieve the same goal.
What, for family?
No.
No, something bigger than that.
So you have to align yourself with something you don't like to achieve the thing that you do want.
The greater cause, Avrif.
Greater cause. Yeah, your greater cause has killed people.
Yeah?
Sacrifices must be made for the greater good.
So, and yet you look down at Dane for killing people? I'm confused.
I've never
You
killed
just
any-
gave him shit for killing. Yes, but yet
No.
you look at him like disdain. Yet you will, for your greater cause, kill people? Not you,
I
Flair,
don't
but
kill
Rinko. I know you don't. We say that I'm looking at Rinko here.
Rinko like puts
So
up her
you
hand
are
and says,
still
I wasn't
apart.
looking down at Dane for that.
No, but Flair will, and both of you are part of this great plan, so blood is on your hands too. If you
There's
are
a
to achieve
difference
something,
here,
there's a
Everett, that
difference
you're
for
kind of
killing
mis-
versus not.
Yeah, there is
You're
a big difference.
still killing. There's
Dane
still
killed people
blood.
for the benefit of some family to be richer
else
than
he
other
would be
people more
dead.
elevated in status. Or else he'd be dead. Yeah.
And you
what do you
too.
think will happen if we don't take out the people that we're assigned to?
So there
There's
are
obviously a greater
consequences.
cause of it. Not just
Yes.
us.
So what is the
But other
difference
people could
between
die.
what both of you are doing? There's two greater causes happening, so which
Because
one's
we're
right?
killing bad people. Dane killed innocent people who had done nothing wrong. In order to
Your
elevate a business, there's a
master
massive difference.
Killed a student in front of me. Blew his fucking head off like it was nothing.
A
Was he
mass-
so innocent then?
No, that was my brother.
So your brother is killing innocent people. Is he also a
Well-
part of this great cause? Again, I have failed to see the difference.
I wasn't supposed to say that.
Yeah. That's all right. I mean, more information's already known by everything that just happened. I beg to see the difference between what you both are doing. He's gonna kind of like dart his eyes between Dane and Rinko. Greater causes for what? Dane has a greater cause for his family. You have a greater cause for whatever reason. Both people have blood on their
Greater
hands.
cause for the family is completely superfluous into the scheme of things. It only
Still
benefits
forget
like
you
3
would
people.
not be here right now without Dane. You would be
Not
dead.
for him killing people.
So you would just want both of you dead then? None of this conversation would be happening. Both of you dead
If
on the
I
ground
had to
years
die-
ago.
If I have to die in place of dozens of other people, then so be it. Clearly your priorities are in different order. Clearly you hold yourself to a higher standard than other people. I don't. I don't think I'm any better than anybody else. Why should my life be any more important? Just because you're high and mighty about your place in society doesn't mean that all of us are. One person
Iris
for the
heads
greater
into the
good.
chart up and starts smiling like a shit-eating grin. These are my questions. You have yet to know me and my history as well.
And you've
So-
yet to know me. So
Exactly. That's
how
what
about
questions
we
are
just-
for.
ignore each other until we both go away. Okay?
That doesn't really fit the grime, unfortunately. You see, Dane here has to keep killing or else he's dead. So, I mean,
And
we
we're
can kill
working on
Dane now if you really want to end this all. I mean, that's an option, right?
Yeah, I knew
That
I knew
saves
that you were
dozens of people.
bloodthirsty.
So why don't we just kill
I knew
Dane?
that you would have that bloodthirsty intonation about you.
Bloodthirsty, right? Okay. Yeah, sure.
Interesting.
No, I'm just applying your logic to this. You said you'd rather die than kill people. So what's the hesitation?
Yeah. Oh, what, you think that you're more important, that you should live
You're avoiding
instead
the
of other people?
question. I'm asking if
I've-
your great cause keeps killing people, why not die? And then that will stop, or will someone just replace you?
Clearly people would replace me, and clearly
So?
other youths go along in the world.
We don't have to kill anything anymore, right? The goal right now is to cure Dane. After that, it's fine, and you guys don't have to serve whatever person you're serving. Consequences are what?
I'm not
Family gets
killing
killed,
Dane,
threatened?
you fucking maniac.
I'm not killing Dane. I said we solved Dane's issue of the heart that he took from you. With man
Yeah,
sickness, that's what it
and-
was. We just need to
And
do
I just
research on
said
that.
that we're working on that.
Right.
I just said that there's a few solutions that we could go for, and you're saying that you kill my brother. And you
I
think that
am applying your
I believe
logic
that you're
to your
his
own
friend.
or okay, this is clearly going nowhere. Rinko, are you any chime in here?
Dane takes your hand, Flair.
Mm.
And he looks at you and he says, Flair, you might not think that your life is more important than others. And that I shouldn't have done any of that stuff that I did, but I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if she had killed you. I wouldn't have been able to live with myself if I had let your heart stay locked and let that disease take you. I wouldn't have been able to live with myself.
I know,
I went against everything that I stand for, that you stand for. And I will continue to stand against everything if it means keeping you alive. Because you are important to me.
She shakes her head. She says, no, if it's a choice between me and innocent lives, then it should never be me. It should never have been me. And I can't.
I never wanted you to find out. Never wanted you to find out. It's just... It'll be okay. know what I need to do.
What's that?
Put an end to everything.
You're not going to be able to face against her if that's what you're thinking.
Not right now.
Yeah, you're being particularly vague on that point.
He wants to try and kill the source, is what I'm assuming.
Well, I would agree with him. Are you against killing Avareth?
No, I'm just telling you what you didn't figure out. But I'm also telling you both how hard that's going to be. Have you looked at Rinko's hole before she was healed? Or Dane's?
Yeah,
I
no
mean,
shit.
It's more of a possible ass than just a thought. He's kind of just continues smiling. He has not stopped gritting. I don't. Again, we're just not on the same page at all here because there's so much information we aren't sharing. The greater cause, is that going to be any inclination to what that is? I know we know what Dane's is now because he's talked about it, but yours involves death, but it involves for the greater good, so it's fine. So how good is the greater good?
The greater good was clearly putting a stop to the headmistress. First and foremost.
So I kind of look at Dane. I wouldn't be so confident on that. I mean...
Well, something I can share, during my first year at the academy with the headmistress, things were a little fuzzy, but I do remember a few people were running for president at that time, along with Sho. And the headmistress was very particular about me swaying the vote against, gosh, I don't remember his name.
Does Avranth remember this, or is this a Cyrus thing that happened?
This was...
I think someone else
believe it was a Cyrus thing.
Did he tell us? I don't remember. I think he did.
I don't believe so. I don't remember. I know he talked to Leo about it.
Okay. I know I remember the swaying the vote stuff. Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go on.
The headmistress, Auntie, she had me do it, so I did it. And I rigged the vote for Sho to win. And I remember his counterpart, who had actually won the election, he was so mad. Because he thought that he had beaten Sho, the perfect prince. And I remember him and the headmistress, because I was heading up there one day, that they were having an argument. I don't remember his face or his name, but I heard him say that he would get her back for this. She doesn't know what kind of enemy she's made.
Okay. Yeah, okay. We can use that.
I don't remember his name, I'm sorry.
So you're saying Sho shouldn't be the president?
No, he's not the legitimate president, no. But you're saying I'm a fourth year now, and I'm assuming he's still in the academy?
He's the president now, yeah.
Then he shouldn't have been for the last 4 years.
Huh.
Likely he's unaware, because I didn't tell him.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about rigged elections at all, would you, Mr. Golden Boy?
Is she looking at me?
Yeah, I'm assuming yes.
What does that entail?
Oh, yeah. be obtuse.
Huh?
Yeah, okay. So we can use that information. And we can maybe talk about a couple of options that we have on the table here. She's looking at Rinko. And she says, because let's not forget, there is the possibility of a time prism. We don't have to kill her.
Right. Rinko's nodding.
And there are ways of getting Dane out of the picture that don't involve killing them. She shoots daggers at Avrith.
It wasn't literal. It was a... Oh, God.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there are ways of getting him out of the picture that can be either hiding him, or taking a long vacation somewhere, I suppose. As long as she would be definitely out of reach of you, if there's no way that she could...
He's gonna kind of look over Rinko. Again, she's the only one who could save him. By the end of this year, Dane's dead without her help. So we either have to convince her or do something before she's dead. And I don't know if we can find such a cure in such short amount of time. Especially when the whole world doesn't know.
When you're talking about my own brother?
We could change her heart.
Change her heart.
How to change her heart.
He's gonna. That just gonna look like a crazed look on his face. Yeah. That is a great idea. I do like that. That's wonderful. I can't wait. Should we start digging now? Are we 4 slots, 5 slots? How many do you think? How many slots should we dig? I can start digging my own right now, tomorrow, if you want.
I mean, yeah, you could dig your own. Just deadpan looking at Avrith.
Going against her now is...
I didn't say now, Havrith.
No, but
I think
but
that's
in
your
a
name.
year?
Sorry.
I'm saying now.
Before the end of the year.
Still, I mean, that's a big stretch.
I don't know what else to
But no,
do
that's...
it.
Honestly, that's... I was kind of like calm down his face. Yeah, that might be our actual only option. Killing her won't do anything because we won't find anything out. Research might take too long with only one person doing it, but if all of us get better, then we might have a chance.
Yeah.
You're not really suggesting that I... She's like grimacing. She's like, that I have to work with you on this? Fuck's sake. Okay, first and foremost, you're standing over there with a shit-eating grin across your brown nose and face. So we've all divulged a bit of our information here, so your turn, Avrith. If you're suggesting that we work together, go ahead.
What would you like to know?
Whatever you'd like to share, and then let's go from there.
Well, I can give you a speed rundown on it. I also have family issues, quite heavenly. I was kicked out, not really kicked out. Feels like it was kicked out of the line of royalty, but I have now since reclaimed my throne, and I don't even want to get anywhere near it. My brother and sister have an obsession with that, and that obsession has made them outcast me quite heavily. Neither of them look at me quite good at all anymore, and every conversation I have with my sister usually ends up with aggression. And now my brother, the last conversation I had with him, well, it seems like he's gone crazy too. So I don't have any family to look towards besides one individual who, not really my family, but he's been in my family, so I count him as family. Traditions
right.
are something I
Prince who
hold
didn't
to.
get his way. Anybody else want to play the Trauma Olympics game, or are we just doing it with Avrith?
Avrith is gonna go up to his shirt and unbutton the 2 top buttons. And
No.
then And then he's gonna pull off his collar, revealing
Okay,
his scars on his neck.
Oh.
It's not petty trauma.
Right.
It's not anything like that. Outcast was saying it nicely, and this is the only point I can make to get it across to it fast, because that's what we're doing here. They've done
Okay.
worse. And,
So-
yeah.
So we've all got shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay.
do. I kind of like put his buttons back up. I try to run a family to gain experience away from my own, and I wasn't ready. I overestimated my abilities, my knowledge, and I let a lot of people down. And this academy was the new thing for me to do. I don't overestimate myself now towards that degree.
Okay. That's rough,
So
buddy.
we're all in the shithole. It's okay. I don't need grievance. I've been far past that. Tradition means nothing to me, and family means very minimal. The people I choose to keep close to me are the ones that matter. Titles mean nothing.
Your found family. Okay.
Yeah. And he's gonna kind of look at Dane. And when you remember me, we can go on more eating sprees, I'm sure. Ugh.
Then just kind of smiles at you and say, I'm not a big foodie, but sure.
I wonder what changed.
It's probably
More-
triggering you.
More into reading than eating.
Good to know. Good to know.
So, what about information-wise? Because backstory's all well and good. Thank you for the trauma dumping.
Oh, sure,
What
of course.
What kind of information do you actually have that could, add to this situation? Clearly, you have some, obsession with Dane or some reason to always have to keep tabs on him. So, how close exactly are you to, the clear corruption that's going on within the student body and maybe even my aunt?
He's gonna smile and look at Rinko. I don't know, how much of an instruction have I been? Because that seems like the only thing I've been doing lately is fighting against you and your people.
I was once stuck in a cave-in in a mine, and you are somehow a bigger obstruction than that.
Really? Oh. I can take pride in that. So what you're saying is that the adventures my crew and Dane went on that were obstructing your greater good, whatever it may be, of course. And I mean, I don't know. Like that answers your question. You guys have been watching us this whole time. I have nothing more to share than what you've already seen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we have been an obstruction, all we've been doing is try to survive. So
No, not really the rest of your friends so much. Just you.
Me?
Just you, buddy.
Wow.
You're special.
Oh, kind of get like a faint smile, but also like a sarcastic eyebrow raise. I wonder what you mean by asking that.
Which part?
Everything. I'm lost. I don't know what you're trying to fish for. I'll gladly answer. I just need to know.
Really, any sort of information that you have. You are part of the student body. You have
Is that
ties.
public yet or no?
That you're part of the student body? Yeah, I mean.
Oh,
you're a student
body.
of
Oh,
the
what? I thought that meant student council. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, I am a student here. Yeah. Is that
Hang on, dashing.
the information you wanted to know?
He didn't confirm it. He didn't confirm it.
Yeah. Okay. So, Yeah. Clearly you know there's something going on here. You've had that smile painted on your face. What are you smiling about? None of this has been exactly a happy moment, so what's so funny?
No, I love conversations, and it's been a while. But, conversations lately have been with my fists instead of actual talking, so this is a nice change.
Yeah, you know what? I'm actually really not surprised that you communicate mostly with your thick head. And,
Bit of retcon. Sorry to interrupt. Claudia did say that she can't have the new squire dying in the palace. So if she was referring to Cyrus or Avrith, that is unclear.
Ooh, that was a good catch, yeah.
Thank you, Val. You do remember that, though, Flair.
Thank you, Val. Okay. Yeah, I'm not shocked at all to learn that that you think more with your hands and maybe another appendage as opposed to your actual brain. Yeah, that's
We're still, even with a shitty grin, he's just gonna keep nodding. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So so that that person in the palace, the one that froze the floor.
Oh.
She said something about
Who froze a floor? What are you talking about?
Right, you weren't there. The person that revived you and brought you back to life, because I was a little busy.
Oh, Hat Lady. Yeah.
Hat Lady.
What about her?
Yeah. Do you know her?
No.
No?
She did save my life, and that's... I don't even know if I caught her name. I just called her Hammer Lady or Hat Lady. That was about all. Midnight? Moon? I forget. Something like that.
Something like that. I do recall her saying something about she couldn't let the new squire die. And then she saved your life, so... Care to shed some light on what you know?
Oh. That's what you wanted to know? I mean, sure, it's gonna be released Monday or, well, late Sunday, I think. And Rinko will get the first catch of that for her newspaper.
I'm sure she will.
Yeah. I was gonna kind of like squint down. What do you have against Show, though?
Against Show? Well,
Yeah.
Dane just said that he's not supposed to be the president.
Well, no.
What do you have on Show?
I don't have anything. He was talking about some love troubles, but that's about the only thing he shared with me. But besides that,
Rinko grabs you in the shoulder. Show's having love troubles?
why are you so intrigued? He's gonna kind of like put his head back.
You tell. What kind of love troubles could the perfect prince have for us?
Oh, you like the tea. I don't know.
I love the tea, but, some of my readers might also enjoy the tea.
Forgot that's who you were at heart. Damn. And he's gonna kind of like shrug her off. Yes, He's gonna grit his teeth and look at Rinko, and now close. Can we please have a conversation before I say anything, though? I will say it now, but we can still have a conversation. I can be rest assured.
Very well. I won't name you as my source.
Thanks. I mean, you're gonna figure out on Sunday anyway, so just call it that.
Okay.
Yeah. I am the new squire for Show Asuka. But, I mean, that's not going to be really new news soon. And the relevance of it is... I don't even know.
Pretty big.
How?
Joe hasn't taken a squire in all 4 years he's been in office. And now all of a sudden he takes one? Why? Just because he's about to graduate? Please.
That's what he told me, at least. He wants to find a replacement for him. I mean-
see.
He took interest in me. I don't really know what else to say. Wait, you...
Stunning. So, the person who was elected and is not supposed to be there has taken an interest in you. So, you might just become our next rigged election president.
Well, no, I mean, a squire gets passed down to the position usually. I mean, votes in place, sure. That's why I intend to do more for the student body and help out the school.
Knock, 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 knock.
He's gonna just slap his head around. You expect
Who is it?
anyone?
Is Flair Clarissa Mayan?
Yeah?
Hi, my name is Graham Takal, an aide for Claudia Ravenswood. She asked me to come get you.
What is
I
it
didn't even see
concerning?
her herself.
She didn't explicitly tell me. She just said to summon you to her office, so I was hoping you were in your room. It seems you are. I know it's kind of later on a Friday, so she, sorry, hit a Rinko Yori too. If she's in as well, and Rinko says, "Me? Really?
Why would you say? Oh my god!
You're right."
I was just whispering.
And Graham just, yeah. So if you both could report to the student council secretary's office at your earliest convenience before the end of the night. Her meeting with the president and vice president's almost over, so.
Flair looks at Rinko and she just says, "Yeah, we'll be there."
All right, fantastic. I'll see you in a bit then. And you hear the footsteps walk away.
Okay. Flair's gonna say to Rinko, so we both have to go. But
I
like
one
it.
of us still
We
has to
just
somehow
got-
keep an eye on Dane.
Yeah, and I'm the only one who didn't get summoned, and therefore I will watch over Dane. Yes,
I
of
was not
course.
talking to you.
Uh,
So,
Who else can be trusted?
what makes you think that you can be trusted?
What makes you think you can be trusted?
Because
I'm being here with Dane. I've been here with Dane. I will be here for Dane. I was gonna try to like
someone who carried
take
him
steps
out.
over to bed.
who made sure that he was okay, who took care of him. What did you do?
He passed out.
Yeah,
Jumped
brilliant
out after
work.
them, kicked him out a window before they both got obliterated, jumped through a 5-story building to make sure that I got to where they are, to make sure they had another person to be with them, cushioned their fall on their way down, and went into prison with them. Rushed out of prison to try and save Rinko, as a fear for both of you, and so she wouldn't die. I mean, just a few things I would note to mention.
A fear for both of us. Yeah, sure. You fear so much for my existence and my life.
I was just gonna roll his eyes. I am not getting anywhere. He's gonna look at Dane. Dane, is this what she was 2 years ago? Like stubborn? Is this?
Just like I remember.
Oh, he's gonna just smile. Lovely. Well, you two have fun with the hat lady, and I don't know, but I'm watching over Dane.
Yeah, and you see Dane's face flare, and he looks like he has just this like lying shit-eating grin on his face when he said that. Like, nah, this is nothing like he remembers.
Claire is just scowling. And okay, so what do you think we should do? And she's looking at Rinko.
Rinko just kind of, I mean, we could take him with us. Although I don't know how close I want to get to the headmistress's office again right now.
I don't
But
think they'd take Dane anywhere near her
so
or any of the student
Oh,
council.
Dane,
She
you're
kind of-
still in pain, aren't you, buddy? He's kind of like grab his shoulder. You still hurting a little bit, right? Can't go anywhere.
I mean, actually, I'm feeling pretty good.
No, you're not. You're certainly. I mean, look at you. You're shaking a little bit. I'm just gonna kind of really just look down at it with like the foes that pays away.
He like looks up at you and he says, "Well, I mean,
Get you some food, water. Make sure you rest up properly.
Yeah, no,
you know?
I don't think so. Dane,
Mhm.
how about you just sit here and wait for Rinko and I to get back? We clearly need to talk anyway. And Everett, I think you should just leave with us. And we watch you walk down the hall and far, far away, right off, fucking off into the distance. How about that?
He's gonna look at Dane. Is Dane just unopposed? He doesn't care.
Dane just looks confused."
Okay, that's fair.
Unsure. He's just like,
So we just want no one watching over him, where he could easily be snatched up.
I'll be fine.
He's not completely useless, Everett. He'll be okay.
He's also without 2 years of memory. He doesn't know who he knows, and everything's different.
That's my sister, right? You're still Flair. You look like her. That's Rinko. I know those two. I can trust those two.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So...
I'm gonna let go of Dane's shoulder. All right. Well, I guess we just say fuck it yet again. And he's gonna start walking for the door.
Blair's gonna weirdly go into, even though she's the younger sister, she almost is acting a bit like a parent. And she's like, okay, now if anyone knocks the door, you don't answer it. If anyone is trying to contact you, you don't answer it. Don't open the door for anybody.
He's walking past them at this
Remember
point.
stranger danger.
Okay.
Whoever you don't recognize, you do not speak to. And even if you do recognize them, you do not speak to. Don't speak to now. Only speak to Rinko and I. Probably don't speak to this guy. And she gestures to Avram if he comes back. Okay? Remember, you're missing 2 years of your memory. And we don't know. You don't know what's happened in those 2 years. So anyone could be anyone except for Rinko and I. Okay? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Everett is now like already foot out the door.
The dorm doors lock, right? They lock?
They do, yeah.
Good. Alright, Pogue. Yeah, so Flair makes sure that the door is locked on the way out, and she just kind of like looks at Avra. She's like, okay. Bye-bye now.
Ignoring her, he's looking over to Rinko. Just also get ready to talk on your end. And he's gonna just have like his grin is now gone and is very just flat and serious. And he's just gonna snap away from them and walk away in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and she nods at you and she says, "Don't worry, our next conversation will be one-on-one."
He's just gonna give a thumbs up and keep walking away.
Rinko looks at you, Flair, as you guys start to walk down the hall, and she says, "Two of you are like oil and water, you know that?"
Yeah, well, probably wouldn't be so bad if he would stop being so greasy. Just, I don't trust him. He was standing there. None of that conversation was funny, and yet something was amusing to him, and even when we asked questions, he seemed to just skirt us around.
I'm sure he had his reasons. I'll try to get to the bottom of it, okay?
Yeah, I know you will.
Let's figure out what's the secretary wants with us.
Yeah, I am,
I hope they didn't find out about Roland.
Yeah. Not really looking forward to this. Do you have any plan for what we should say, should not say?
Maybe let's just wait to hear what she has to say.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And you begin heading in that direction. Let's go ahead, take a break, Take a breather.
Sweet.
'Cause it's
Quick question.
7:14. Yes.
Is the way they're heading towards like all the student council places?
Yes.
Okay.
There are more than one ways to get there.
Okay.
But yes, that is the direction they're heading.
Okay. Because I have to go and can't play into it.
Yes.
I don't know what to do. Cause I don't want to end up like the last time where I say, "All right, let's go this way," and then something else happens.
Right. I can say for certain nobody's going to be ending up in a palace this time.
Okay. I'll just start like wrapping around the school then.
Okay. I will say probably after the Flair and Claudia conversation, you guys will just be going to sleep essentially. Actually, Flair has to talk to Dane one more time, but yeah, after that, you guys will basically be going to sleep for the night anyway. So we'll probably end session at that.
Okay.
But yeah, let's go ahead and take a quick break. Zane, if you have to leave.
I do, yes. I guess for next weekend then, I'll play something out throughout the night, if that's okay.
Should I do a disclaimer like Stryker did last week? Because
so yet again, everyone fucking hates me. I am the object of hate. I have no real friends, and I am just sad.
I feel so mean because it's Avarith again is in the shit. I love you, Zane. I love you.
Yeah, no, sure, man.
No.
Damn.
We watch movies together. We speak telepathically. It's fine. He just thinks about Shigo and Shigo is summoned. It's fine.
Honestly.
No, literally.
That was funny.
All right, Chad. Say goodbye to Zane.
Goodbye, everyone. Good luck in the
See you,
day.
Zane.
We will see him next week.
Yeah.
Hello. So,
Hello.
Claudia,
Hey.
hello. You have just exited your meeting with Sho and Ionos. It wasn't anything special. It was just getting clarity on finalizing that Cyrus is Ionos's new squire, and that yes, Avarith is indeed going to be Sho's squire. It was just for clarity on that point.
Yeah. I was also going to ask to see Ionos
Mhm.
either, I think in the morning, just to discuss everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she kind of nods and says, "Yeah, I was gonna talk with Cyrus a little bit about that too. Him and I have some meeting to do about his position anyway.
Mhm.
So,
Just making sure you're okay and understand a good amount of it.
yeah, for sure. I appreciate your candor. Meet me in the morning."
Mm-hmm.
All right, and she'll bow and she'll walk back to her office. And you can also go back to your office. Tarkin is she's still in there, doing paperwork. And you see Graham also. They're both like sitting at your desk, in two chairs, and they see you come in and they say, "Oh, hello." And Tarkin gets up and she pours you a cup of coffee, and she says, "Gonna need more caffeine for the rest of the night, huh?"
Yeah, I do have a quick little meeting in a bit that I will need you and Graham both to step out for, so you get a break from paperwork and everything.
She kind of has like a Tarkin has like a really kind of look on her face, and Graham nods and says, "Yeah, I was able to get both Rinko, Yori, and Flair Clarissime. They're both on the way here now.
Thank you.
And a few moments pass, and Flair, you and Rinko do arrive at Claudia's office door. Rinko knocks on the door.
You may come in.
She looks at you, Flair. Ready?
Flair. Yeah. Okay, let's do this.
Okay.
And Flair steps in, calmly and, doing her best to no longer look nervous from the shaky conversation she just had.
Mhm. You just feel Rinko squeeze your hand. Just like while you guys are just holding hands, she just squeezes your hand to calm you a little more, reassuring you. And you can feel her cold resolve, the emotion that Rinko is feeling kind of start to wash into you in whatever form you want that to take. Tarkin, as you both are seated across from Claudia's desk, Tarkin walks over and says, "Can I get either of you something to drink?"
Do you have tea?
Yes. Anything for you? And Rinko says, "Just also tea. Yes, please." And Tarkin nods, and Graham looks at you, Claudia, and says, "If there's nothing else, I'll be excused for a little while."
You are good to go. She's
And,
finishing up reading us some paperwork.
Yeah, it's the report that Tarkin and Graham were working on, the budgets for the festivals that are coming up. And Tarkin hands you a cup of tea, Flair, and she hands one to Rinko, and she turns to you, Claudia, and says, "Are you sure you would like me to leave, ma'am?"
Sorry. Work thing. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Repeat. Sorry.
Tarkin says, "Would you like me to leave, ma'am?"
Yes, please.
Very well, then I will be excused. And she makes her way out. Rinko shifts in her seat.
You
So,
guys can look around in the meantime while Claudia is looking at this paperwork. If you choose.
listen, is this about your jacket? I mean, she takes off your jacket and puts it on your desk.
Oh, no, I actually completely forgot about that.
Oh,
Okay.
So,
So, wait, did we get our tea yet?
yeah, you have your tea.
Okay.
Yeah, you have your tea, and she's just looking over some paperwork and stuff. But you have been, like, you are able to look around the office and everything,
Mhm.
if you choose.
What is in the office? Flair kind of looks around. Is there anything of note? Is there anything
There is
interesting?
a shit ton of there's a shit ton of documents for one, kind of cluttered between 3 desks. Like, you can tell that she has been busy. Like, when she was pissed off about having a meeting, you can kind of see why. You also notice a lot of, like, Steam tech stuff that's kind of been, like, it looks like it's being tinkered with.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of matching, like, her aesthetic, and also kind of resembling, like, the weapons she uses in the palace. And just other stuff.
Flair's going to very small talky be like, paperwork, am I right? And then after a bit she'll get up and she'll go over and look at the Steam techie stuff. Is there anything that looks like particularly interesting, like little inventions or something?
I don't think there's anything super particular. You do notice that there's like because of all of the festivals and stuff coming up, there's like old records. One of the things that is known that's being worked on, I'm pretty sure it's known, is the 300-year and like celebration.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got like shit from the historians. She's got things from like the past 300 years also kind of scattered in files.
Flair's
Girls
gonna
all over the place.
Flair's gonna look over the weapons that it looks like she's tinkered with, and ask, "Did you make these?"
She's gonna kind of snap out of what she's doing for a moment, realize you're looking at all this Doom tech and stuff, and you notice she kind of gets embarrassed. Anyway, sorry, don't mind all of that. It's just tinkering with things to help out in Efrensian towns and whatnot.
Efrensian towns? Like, for what purpose? And Flair's interest is peaked like tenfold.
I'm from a smaller town in Efrens, so you know, not a lot of people can just be part of the mass mining company, so things either to help with selling or, you know, something I could help in the mining, or just, you know, things to help with crops. Just dumb little ideas.
A true fellow lesser. Rinko says that she takes a sip of tea.
I don't think they're stupid at all or dumb. It's actually really, really interesting and admirable that you want to help out like that. I actually used to also, and then Flair's face kind of darkens and she sinks into herself a bit and she goes, take an interest in that kind of stuff.
Well, if you would like to just discuss it at any point, if you're comfortable, by all ears. Otherwise, that's your boundary, then I'm not going to press that. Oh, speaking of boundaries, actually, she just slammed her desk.
Rinko's like, teeth. Oh my gosh.
That's actually why I kind of called you here is, just over time and everything with, you know, studying, you know, multiple languages and just learning how to read people and blah, 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 blah. I have this thing. It's not really like a habit, it's just something I can't help. If I'm in the vicinity of someone, I can read their lips, basically, and understand their conversation. So this is mainly just to apologize for picking up on your private conversation in the palace.
Oh,
Huh?
no, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Flair comes over and sits down, but she's fully taken aback.
Mhm.
She's like, you know, I understand if things like that can't be helped. Thank you for your apology. Sorry if we were talking about things and it didn't seem like we were being inclusive, I suppose.
Oh, no, it's not that I didn't think you were being inclusive or anything. It's frankly none of my business. I was just in a snappy attitude and trying to get things going, and I felt like, we're standing there, you know, wasting time. Someone might die. I have a meeting to attend.
Of
Blah,
course,
blah, blah,
yeah.
blah.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
You're
I
perfectly
also,
fine.
You know, the friend was injured. Other people were injured. I didn't
Yeah,
finish
there
my
was-
tea, so it was a bit of an anger thing, so...
Yeah, of course, and it's good tea.
Very good tea.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of needed in the student council offices, with not really having much free time and everything. So, but yeah, apologies for the clutter and everything.
Oh, of course, you're clearly very busy. You've got a lot on your plate.
I'm
Yeah.
just a lesser noble.
I mean, me too, but, you know, you're the secretary. I mean, that's something.
Well,
Not a lot of lesser nobles on the council, you know.
it's true, but it's mainly just my people that have hope and everything. So,
Mm.
that's beside the point. Anyway, I just wanted to apologize to you two in person. I felt like that was more appropriate for overhearing a private conversation. So,
Oh,
Perfectly
Oh.
okay.
yeah, of course.
I also
Thank
just
you. We appreciate that.
wanted to check that the two of you were okay. I was planning on checking on everyone after realizing that you lost somebody.
Oh,
It wasn't,
yeah.
I mean, we're not,
you know, we're not
yeah.
great.
It was, I mean, new friends. We literally just met her.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I won't push that if you're
Yeah.
not comfortable.
I'm not shook up about it.
yeah, I mean, obviously someone died, so
Tragic.
it's
Tragic.
horrible.
Yeah.
And
Always bad when somebody dies, for sure.
I just nonchalant of it's always bad when someone dies. Like,
Coming from Rinko.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, like even if we don't know the person, like it's absolutely devastating for their sibling. That's to lose anybody is a horrible tragedy. So you know, it's not a good situation, but it's not bad as in you any cause for concern. Of course.
Can I insight the two of them to see if they're okay? Because this is very
Yeah,
odd behavior of a
roll-
person.
roll an insight check. Flair, roll a deception to me.
Sure.
Would it be at an advantage since I know this is not how a normal person acts?
No.
Okay,
no,
I just
no.
wanted to check.
Oh my goodness.
Yo.
Fuck.
Holy
oh,
shit.
God.
Is it a nat 20?
No.
Oh.
No.
I'm afraid.
No. That was... Fuck. Wow. I didn't know your bonus was that good. Okay. So what's going on, Flair? What's going on? How does what is she inciting about your current demeanor, about the way you're talking?
So Flair is quite visibly shaken from like prior events. She's a bit on edge because obviously this conversation was kind of sprung, and you know, it's like whenever you're called to the principal's office, usually there's something not good happening.
Yeah.
You never get the Flair to the principal's office for like, congratulations, you are a great person. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's never good news. So clearly she's a bit on edge and she's a bit uncomfortable. This is also somebody who she did not recognize in the palace to be part of the student council. And she was shooting some serious like glares too, so she's a little awkward about that. And she's clearly a bit shaken. it's vague as to what. She was like just talking about a bit more empathetically about losing siblings, so maybe she can relate to it. But yeah.
She looked puffy-eyed at all? Like she kind of cried a little bit, or?
Yeah, you know what? She probably still does look a little bit like puffy-eyed, and maybe even still a little bit like kind of like tense from like some previous anger or something, maybe. I don't know if anger shows in the body, but maybe there's some like tension she's holding. If Claudia is super perceptive. Which, yeah.
That was I mean, it wasn't a huge victory, but that's a fairly significant difference.
Her passive perception is terrifying.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, she can probably see that Flair is holding tension.
Okay, I don't think I have enough tea to help. But I know random offer from a random stranger. If you need something, like, reach out. If not to me, there's like professionals for this. So I can tell there's a lot going on for the two of you. But again, I'm not gonna push that. It's not my business. Just if that's something that's needed, I could make time pretty easily, actually.
Oh,
We would never want to impose on the secretary of all people.
yeah, there's clearly
Not opposing if I request or state it. This isn't the secretary, Madam Secretary moment. This is just me being a human, reaching out to other people.
Thank you for that offer. I'm sure it's nothing we can't handle. It's just been a big day, I suppose, overall.
Yeah.
But thank you. We really appreciate that, and we really appreciate your candor and your the apology as well. But like I said, it's not needed. It's all okay.
Yeah, we'll be good together. We act as, each other's crutch.
Yeah, I don't know how the group and everything works exactly.
Oh, we're not in that group.
Okay.
We mostly
So,
just
So-
I don't know if you
ourselves.
needed people who have palaces. I didn't know if you needed information from, like, past things in the student years or council things, so.
Well, I mean, if you're offering that information, and Rinko kind of sets her cup down on like a side table and like sits up in her seat. What kind of information do you have on that stuff?
Flair's gonna take a big sip of tea. Sorry.
I think that would probably spark your interest in particular.
I mean, just because we're not directly involved with that group doesn't mean we're not still interested.
Is there anything in specific you were looking for?
I mean, people of interest are always people of interest. This isn't me from the newspaper club talking either, so it's all off the record.
Off the record.
There's like the quickest knowledge off the top of my head is just election based, but that's all just boring and whatnot.
Election based.
What'd you know about that?
Oh, like people who ran, all of that stuff. It's all got to be on record, you know. I have files of everything.
Oh. Do you remember who it was that ran in opposition to Show?
Hey, Dashing.
Hmm?
Do I remember who ran in opposition of Show?
Yes, you do.
Hee hee. Can I have that name slid in my notes?
You can. You can. I'm doing it right now.
All you see is her, like, open a drawer, like, on the top, and she's, like, skimming files really quick, and she grabs something. Kinben? Is that how it's said?
Mhm.
Before she verbally says it, okay. She's
Yeah.
trying to make sure.
Kin? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The person who ran against Show was Kinben E. Whitlock.
Kinben E. Whitlock. Okay.
Everyone was
And-
thinking they were a shoo-in for the spot, but, you know.
Yeah,
Show
but
wins.
Show won. Was it by a landslide or was it neck and neck?
Does she remember that exactly? Player to DM?
It was close. It was very, very close. It was like neck and neck.
From, you know, everything that we've known and everything. And what's on record, it was very close, actually. Like, almost neck and neck.
Oh. I wonder how the opposition must have felt, because they're not on the student council now, are they? They didn't get another position, so maybe they gave up that life of of pursuing the student council. Do you
I
know
mean-
what they?
They were a very, you know, adamant person. I don't know. I didn't know them too personally and didn't dive too into that personally, but I don't know. They just never seemed like the person to give up.
I see. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Obviously, running for president, you'd have to be quite ambitious.
Is there
Uh,
any reason in particular, or
no, I just like to learn about the history of the school before I came here, because I only do a couple of diplomacy sessions a week, so I don't really know much about the goings on of general Rinko, is there anything you wanna
Politics.
ask? General
Yeah.
politics?
I mean, you know, I help Flair with most of her schoolwork, so she's always eager to learn about the history. Because I mean, as you already know, she's a Clarissime, so titanium mines. I mean, she's going to be in charge of some big stuff one day. So
Yeah, so it's good
Yes.
to be informed of
yeah,
of everybody that's that's around, and all the
exactly,
powers that be,
exactly.
because I have an interest in politics.
does she seem like she actually has an interest in politics?
Make me a set check. Flair, make a deception to me. Yeah, it seems like she has an interest in politics for sure.
Okay. Yeah, I enjoy politics and the all of the ways that
Political
we,
science are a
yeah.
big deal in the Clarissime family.
And the ways that we govern ourselves ends up echoing down through the people. So, and that's important to me, as I'm also from Efferent. So, I have a lot of love for my people, and I always just want to make sure that we're providing them with the best sort of people to represent them.
Exactly.
She's quite literally studying your face, Flair.
That last part was should I wait to
Claudia is quite literally studying your face right now.
Yeah. Do I need to roll for that, or can I?
No, you're good. You're good. No, you're good. This carries over.
What I say to you?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. That carried
No,
over.
you're fine. You're fine.
You're
She's
good.
just looking.
Seems like you're genuine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, so can I call you Claudia? Claudia.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your candor. Appreciate it so much. Perhaps us Efferentian girls need to get together like this more often. But
We should.
Flair, it is getting late.
One moment, though.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any palaces of people that just, other than Leo, that is confirmed? But, like, do you know anything of if Ionos had one? Any other student council members have one?
I don't believe so. And to be perfectly frank with you, I don't feel I wouldn't feel right about checking that out for myself without, firm knowledge.
That's fun. I was just curious, because Leo does. Alessandra did.
Mm-hmm.
So.
So there's a few people in the student council who could be, and she's trying to lead the sentence for Claudia to finish.
This is extremely troublesome. Keep an eye on the treasury again.
More
Sorry, I'm
paperwork?
lost in thought. Yeah, paperwork. You two are free to go. Sorry.
Oh no,
Oh,
that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the tea. It was lovely, and
Appreciate it.
I'm more than happy to meet with you again and talk about inventions.
It was a
Yeah.
pleasure meeting you properly.
Yeah, it was lovely to. And I'm sorry for any dirty looks I may have given you.
I'm
In
going
the
to be honest,
palace.
I get them all the time. Yet I probably didn't even care to notice.
Comes with the position.
I'm so sorry for my contribution to that.
I can promise you, you're fine. I had to deal with Ionos for the longest time. It's just quite literally nothing.
Again,
Very good.
I'm sorry.
All right, Flair.
Yeah, very good.
We're good. Have a good night.
Take care. Goodbye. Thank
Rico's
you.
like shepherding you out of the room, Flair. Just walking into the hall, just closing the door behind you guys, and a few steps down the hall, Rinko just turns to you and goes, a little too much I'm sorry's at the end.
Yeah, I did not realize that that was her. And I feel like I gave her for some pretty bad looks. Yeah.
Yeah, just a few. One or two for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's
direct
it's
to the
okay.
president, to the secretary.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It's fine though.
So Dane.
So Dane. We should go back and check on Dane and take stock of that conversation, because that did not go the way that I was thinking. Did you know that it was going to go that way?
I didn't know it was going to go that way.
I didn't know it was going to go that way. So...
Wasn't ready for it to go that way.
Nope. But she knows things. And we know things.
We do.
So...
Do you want to go talk to Dane alone? Do you want me there? I mean, if you want, I can go find Avarif.
She just looks at Rinko. She's like, okay, if you want to go and find... Yeah, you don't have to explain.
I'm not... It's not like that. It's not like that. I'm not...
I get it. If you ever fall in love and start dating and have 3 babies together, I will be nice.
He's got a girl already, Flair.
Rinko! So you're going after...
I'm not going after him. I'm not.
Okay.
It's just how I get information.
That's all I'm saying.
Listen,
sure.
I've seen him trying to...
kiss out of him, do you?
I was spur of the moment. I hadn't kissed a boy before, so...
Yeah. And that absolutely was not special in any way.
It was spur of the moment, and I felt like if I didn't do it to him, it was never going to happen. And I was going to die. So, can't blame me for that.
Suddenly Flair looks so crestfallen, and she just grabs Rinko's hand and she's like, that's never going to happen. She's like so earnest. Breaks from like being so joking to just grabbing her hand, and she's just like, that's not going to happen. While I'm around, I will not let that happen to you.
I believe you, and I did believe you, but in the moment it was either, let that idiot die or let your brother die, and I chose myself because I believed in you, and I thought I was gonna die anyway from my wound, and it's been a day.
It's been a day, and I cannot lose you too. I just have to ask you one thing. What do you see in him? I mean, he's so infuriating. He just sticks his nose in everything. He just puts his foot in it, and he really needs to put his foot in his fucking mouth and shut the fuck up. I tell you that much. He talks way too much.
I'm sure if he had it his way, he'd want my foot in his mouth.
Oh! What the fuck? Forget I asked. Forget I asked. Disgusting!
Anyway.
Anyway.
No, it's not like that. It's not.
I don't believe you.
All right, well, you cannot believe me all you want, but it's still not like that. He is, like you said, annoying, a jerk, and Frank, he's not my type. He's not my type. He's not.
He sounds like he gets in under your skin in different ways than to me.
Listen, just because I make sexual advances on him doesn't mean I don't make them on other people. And just because it looks like I can break him into it pretty easily, come on. He looks like he's easy. Exactly.
He's pretty easy. I mean, he hit on me like the first time
2 seconds.
Yeah, 2 seconds. He made it weird.
Mm-hmm.
Always makes it weird.
Yeah,
That guy.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I don't blame you. Not your fault. All his fault.
All his
Blame
fault.
him.
I'm blaming him.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Glad we're in agreement on that.
Do you want me to go with you to Dane, or do you want me to go find Everett?
Oh, yeah. You know what? Go ahead. Go find Loverboy. And, give him hell for me. Just a little bit. Just a bit. Just make him squirm, you know? Use those feminine wiles of yours on him, but make him writhe.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's gonna have to work to get it. See, he might be easy, but I'm not easy.
Oh, I know.
All right, I'll
Yeah.
see you later.
Okay.
Make some tea for me.
I will.
Okay.
We'll have plenty to discuss later, I'm sure.
If I go out into town, do you want me to get you anything?
Jam tart?
You got it.
Thank you. Okay.
Mhm.
Love you. Be careful.
You too. All right, let's go. And she pushes you towards in the direction of your room, and she starts heading off in a direction. You get back to your room, and you turn the doorknob, and it is locked still.
I do a knock that I used to do on Dane and Kane's childhood bedroom.
Mm-hmm. And you hear the response knock on the other side of the door, and you hear it click.
Nice to know you still remember that, at least.
Well, it was pretty recent, so for me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Rinko didn't come back with you?
Nope, she's gone off to terrorize Avrith a little bit more for me.
Oh, that other boy.
Yeah, that other boy. Yeah.
Right. Nice friend.
Which one, Avrith?
Yeah, he seems like a nice friend. I say very tentatively.
Yeah. Jury's still out on him, I'm afraid. I know he says that he's your friend and everything, but I don't really believe him, to be honest.
Okay.
Supposedly you're in another group, in a group with a few other people, a few other friends.
I'm in a group.
Yeah.
Like a band?
I don't know, Dane, do you know how to play any instruments?
You know that I do.
I mean,
no, I don't know.
From all the caterwauling that I've heard of you ever trying out an instrument, I beg to differ.
Not pleasant. I know.
Not pleasant.
Mom and Dad gave up on those piano lessons and violin lessons and trombone lessons and singing lessons very quickly.
Oh, the trombone was the worst of them all.
Oh my gosh.
It's the first time.
Sounded
that
like
I
a
thought that I
dying
heard
squirrel.
something. Yeah, murdered. I was concerned. I thought you were torturing animals.
I never thought I would see a tutor quit so fast.
He just walked out. I remember being there that day. He came over for lessons, and it was the first and last time that I had seen him grace our doorstep.
Yep.
And I still remember his words to you. It was just like, "You're not even trying." Yeah. But yeah, so I don't know if you're in a band. I'm not sure. Yeah. I mean,
you know,
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say that these are people who, for some reason, believe that they are your friends. I'm not sure if they are. I'm not sure what their intention is. But from that conversation with that one boy, I don't think they're particularly good. I don't know if all of them are, are in the same mindset as him, but, yeah, seems like you have another group of friends that you had been involved with.
What were we
Don't know
doing?
how long for.
Do you know?
I'm not sure. I suppose, you're obviously a magic user.
Yep.
You and they, I guess, they look like they've been in a palace before. You had been going into palaces, I suppose. I don't really know what their goals are, what you guys are doing. I guess from Avarif's perspective, you eat food.
I mean, I'm still human, right? Or I get human elf. Still an elf.
Riveting revelation, yeah, I know.
Still humanoid. I don't seem to have any alterations, so I would hope
Yeah.
I'm eating.
So there's a few things to catch you up on.
Okay.
I suppose in the last 2 years, but I guess the main goal is to get your memory back and figure out if it was wiped on purpose in the first place, or if it was a direct result of something happening with Auntie. But I suppose, is there anything else that you know of that you didn't want to say in front of everybody else that you could say to me?
And what is? A lot of what I said is the truth.
Okay.
But I did mean it, Flair. I would trade the world if it meant keeping you safe.
I know. I think it's just a lot happened.
I know. And whatever I did, over the 2 years that I don't remember, or the even more time than that, I can't change the past. I can't. And I mean, all I can do is try to make it up to you somehow, even though I don't. I know the last time we really saw each other, I was trying to keep my distance because I didn't want you to see how hurt I was. But
That's why you kept your distance.
yeah. When I was home visiting is because I was going in and out of your palace.
My palace?
Yeah,
I have a palace?
I resolved it.
Had. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. When you...
Yes.
But out of curiosity, what, was it... It was kind of messed up in there. But...
It was really weird. It was
Yeah.
like a storybook version of the mines.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, a lot of monsters walking around. Presumably ones that he found scared from my stories, or maybe moms and dads. But
Yeah.
I had to fight Kane in there. He wasn't.
Kane?
It wasn't him. It was your mental manifestation of him. But
Okay.
I did have to fight him to get to you.
What did he look like?
He was himself, but
Yeah.
a little more physically intimidating. He was more like just a bodyguard than anything. Protecting a small child.
Yeah.
And after I defeated him, I was able to rescue you. I picked you up and
Protecting me.
yeah, I picked you up because he's small, and he like makes a hand gesture, and it's like he's like referencing like what a 3-year-old would look like, and he said your heart was showing you as like a 3-year-old, almost like just a kid. And I picked you up and held you close, and that's when we talked about forgetting all of the bad things that happened to you, all the scary monsters to go away, and that you were strong, real strong. And you told me that you were sick and that you couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard you tried, and you said that I was being mean and that you hated me because I was being so distant, and I told you that I would make it all go away and I would make it all better. And if you forgot the scary monsters and all of the distance, and I would help you. And you said, okay. And I gave you a kiss on the cheek, and with the help of Kronos, I took your curse. And I left as you went back to yourself.
Flair sits down on the bed and she's just like looking into her lap, and her eyes are like watering but not quite breaking into tears yet.
Mm-hmm.
And she shakes her head. I don't think the monsters went away, Dane.
But look at you, and he like kneels down in front of you and grabs your hands. You're so strong. Look at you. Look
I
at
had
you.
to be. After Father died, Mum fell apart, and I had no one. And I just had to hold her together. And I had to be strong for her, and I was so angry, and I had so much guilt because I knew that the reason that he died was my fault, Dane.
No.
He's gone now, and you don't remember, but you probably don't really know anyway, because you never came back. You never came back for the funeral, so
I missed this funeral.
yeah. You were gone, and you didn't come back, and we buried him, and Mum fell apart, and I didn't have anybody, and she had me, so she was okay, but I didn't have you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And he... and all this time, the disease that killed Kane wasn't anything to do with the mines. And I don't know if you remember, I was trying to come up with solutions for the illness because I was sick about people suffering. And then it took Kane. And I couldn't let anybody else die. So, Father and I would go into the mines and test the air, and we would test all these kinds of filtration things that I would just try and throw together, and you know, they were never any good. And now I know they would have never done any good anyway. But there was one day I begged him to take me down, and he was concerned, and there were some things, and I thought I was gonna reach a breakthrough with something. I pushed for it. And we went in against his better judgment, and on our way out, there was a cave-in. And I watched him die for hours. I watched him dying, and I couldn't do anything. And I was trapped in the dark. And you never came back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would have he stands up and he hugs you. I would have come back if I had known. Sorry.
Could you not have known?
Didn't know. Mom didn't say anything to me. I didn't get any letters. Auntie didn't say anything.
Sure.
Nobody said anything to me. I didn't know.
Could you not know that our father died?
I didn't know.
I wrote to you.
Nobody sent me any letters. I don't have any letters.
I was so furious that you didn't come to the funeral. And then I had to keep Mum together, and she wasn't the same. I had to keep the business going, the mines, everything. And I couldn't let any cracks show.
Well, I'm sure you did fantastic. You're so good at everything that you do. And I'm sure you did fantastic.
I don't want to always have to be strong, Dane. It's exhausting.
Well, if I can find a way out of this. If I can find a way out of this, I will make sure that you can take a break, okay? I'll find a way out.
Okay.
And I will do whatever it takes to make everything all right with Mom, with the mines, for you. So you don't have to worry.
Is Mom in any danger? From Auntie? Do you know?
Probably. Possibly. I talked to Mom once about Auntie, and
What did she say?
said ever since they were kids, Auntie was always distant from her. That Auntie was always looking towards the future about being better than others, being stronger than others, being smarter, anything to get ahead. Auntie's always been like that, and never really came and saw us until one day she did. I don't know why, but she did.
And then she took you away.
As I was so interested in learning about my aunt, because I didn't know anything about her. I had talked to Kane about her, and Kane said that he had met her once, well, before we were born, and that she was really nice, and I just thought that having a nice aunt would be nice.
She'd be nice to Kane.
That's what told me. But that was before I was born. That was before you were born.
I see. Yeah, so she's had vested interest in our family. I'm gleaning, and
Well, I mean, she is our blood, so if not half of it.
well, I'm talking more than blood, Dane.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I do remember a woman visited Auntie in my first year.
mhm. A woman.
Yeah, oh my gosh, what was her name? It began with an O. A foreign lady. She talked in riddles almost. It didn't seem like she wanted to be out in the open talking to Auntie, but she had to for the situation.
What kind of situation?
Auntie had summoned her. There was an issue with the veil. I guess there was a big crack in the veil that Kronos had alerted me about, and I had told Auntie about it. So Auntie summoned her, this woman, and that was the only time that I saw Auntie really listen to anybody else.
I see. So
I don't remember her name though.
do you remember where she was from? Or
It was
what she advised Auntie on?
she closed the veil. She reclosed it completely.
Okay.
Whatever cracked the veil and got through, the woman was mad about. But it was shortly after that meeting is the last real thing I remember after saving you, because I went home, came back, and that was kind of it.
Okay. So So I think it's important that you try and remember who this person is, if you can.
Yeah.
So,
Her face was very fuzzy. She had some kind of veil over her face.
okay.
Gray hair. She was older. But it was like every time she said her name, something. It was like static.
Oh. Maybe it's something that Auntie did to you, so that you can't actually hear her name.
Maybe.
If she's able to control your actions in other ways, and I've heard of people using things to obscure names and such.
Yeah.
Right. So now we know that we have to keep you away from her. Do you know why she's doing all this? Is her intention to close the veil entirely?
No, the opposite. Well, sort of the opposite. She wants the veil closed, but she wants to control it. She
Right.
wants to become the veil, I guess, like
Become the veil.
get the power of it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Yeah, okay. It's amazing how much this all sounds like something out of one of the books we'd read as kids.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that sounds bad.
Very bad. Yep.
So, because one person should really not be in charge of all of that, let alone someone who's doing all this. So, now there's the question of what are you gonna do? Because, as I was saying before, there's an option for us wherein you could be hidden away out of her reach.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Auntie ever knew or not, but you know, after my first year, I knew I couldn't stay in the academy, where she could easily access me. I knew that much, because I don't like doing what she asked me to do. So I got an apartment in the city, but I don't think she's aware of where it is. I mean, I guess I could just stay there.
And you don't feel her influence on you when you are not around her?
As long as she doesn't look at me and tell me to do something, I don't feel it.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a much better option. So that you're not encased in a time prison. And so I don't have to go back there.
We would be there together, but if there's time involved, then Kronos might be upset.
I don't think I could. I don't think I could do. I don't think I can do it again. Dane, I can be in the dark, and any small space, it just reminds me of how hard it was to breathe.
Then don't do it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know, we've been talking about me a lot. Something going on with you with that Avarif guy was talking about, somebody telling you what to do, and you guys, you and Rinko killing people. Is there something that I need to help you with?
I don't think you should be involved in any of this, considering your disposition. But I can tell you, as long as you promise to keep your nose out of it, as you have done for the past. Sorry, that bad jab.
All good.
I'm still getting used to this.
All good.
But yeah, so Rinko and I believe that the veil being open is a good thing, but you know me well enough to know that I don't believe any one person should be in control of that much power, and should be the final decision maker down to who has what access to what sort of power. Clearly, these powers have the ability to be able to heal people, to save people from death, to help enrich the lives of our people. Dane, our people could use this, and we could all live better off, and people's lives could be saved. Things could have been avoided. At first I thought that maybe this magic could cure the sickness from the minds as well, but apparently that's for naught. Yeah, it's we're trying to fight to keep the veil open, and there are other people who also have our same goals in mind, and they have asked me to kill people, but I can't. I know that we're told, that they're inhibiting progress. We're told that they've done bad things, but I can't bring myself to do it, Dane, anytime that they make me, and so Rinko's had to cover for me. So
Dane reaches out and he pets the top of your head. Still a good girl.
It's weird to have you doing that. But
all good.
I guess I'm starting to come to terms with things, but I need time.
All right.
I think because in the cave-in, as I was watching Father die, I just needed you there, and
it wasn't.
Yeah, and of course, how could you be? But being, tombed in behind a wall of stone and slowly suffocating, and listening to my father gasping and screaming and dying, and the dark, and feeling pain and not knowing where it's coming from. I think that I don't know, I blamed you and for not being there. And I know it was my fault. I know it was me who made him go down there, but you know.
You're okay.
So it's gonna take me a bit of time, I think, but
It's okay. I understand.
Yeah. And I really thought that the reason you didn't come back was because you just didn't care anymore, or you became too obsessed with, you know, being molded into this perfect person that Auntie might want you to be. And
I'm far from perfect.
runs in the family.
A little bit.
But yeah, so but
Well.
Okay, so
You know,
Yeah.
if it's easier, safer, you and Rinko could, you know, I have a couple bedrooms in my apartment. You guys want to stay there?
yeah, that could work, but we'd also have to make sure and assess that there wouldn't be, you know, too much attention drawn towards you. If Auntie's never paid attention to me before, but if she is starting to, for any reason, I can't let that come back to you.
I'm not gonna lie, I think she'd more pay attention to Rinko than anything after recent events, but even still, I think that she's far too busy to care about us than other to just send her lackeys. Which
Yeah.
Avarith
Hmm?
is working for her.
You know,
I was confused because when we were up on the tower, he was standing beside her and then he was standing in front of her, kind of like blocking her, but also she wasn't attacking him or being upset with him. And then he ran and kicked us out the window. And I assumed that meant that he was on her side, but then he came after us and protected us and then rescued Rinko, is what you guys said. So is he on our side? Is he on her side? I don't really know.
You know, it is a little muddy for me too, I suppose. Yeah, certainly runs his mouth enough to be on the
Playing
side
both. Yeah.
yeah, on the side of politics and trying to play both sides. I suppose for now we just go with the notion that he could very much be in her pocket and at her right hand, and we exercise a lot of caution around him. And maybe we figure out what the rest of your supposed friend group is up to, how close they are to having ties with her. I guess what they actually want. Because, you know, if he is pro our aunt becoming the Veil, then that's not great.
No, we don't want that.
Yeah, so, okay.
We'll figure it out, one step at a time.
Yeah, so we'll figure all that out, but just make sure, for the time being, to, just trust Rinko and I, because I don't really know what their deal is. Oh, actually, I suppose there is something I needed to catch you up on too, since maybe everyone else, I don't know how close you were with everybody, or if Avarice just...
I don't know who everybody is.
Yeah, maybe we should cross that bridge, but when we come to it. But one of Avarice's friends recently died.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a whole thing.
Wow.
I think they kind of blamed him for it though, so I'm more inclined to trusting some of them. So
Gotcha.
maybe he's a lot more shady than we even know, and they know something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's they might not realize that you don't remember things, so just so that that's not sprung on you, where they're like, Dane, aren't you sad about her dying? You are, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tore up. Real tore up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If you want to act like you totally have all your memories, but Avarith has a big mouth, so he's probably already spilled it to them, so, yeah. Either way, okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess I'm gonna go find out if my apartment is still my apartment. But I guess I'll see you tomorrow, otherwise.
Okay, yeah, just be safe, okay?
Yeah, I'll try to avoid people, I think.
Flair's gonna, reach out and just kind of, grab him, but then almost as if she was, electrocuted, she's gonna, draw her hand back, and she says, Please don't leave me too.
He looks at you and a warm smile crosses his face. I won't be sick for long.
Yeah.
And
We'll find a way to fix you.
I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
He reaches out and he cups your cheek. It'll be okay.
Her eyes are welling up again, but she's not fully crying.
Mm-hmm.
And she nods.
Okay. And he takes a few steps back and he leaves the room.
And Flair is going to lock the door behind her and slide down the wall, and she's just gonna break.
Oof. Okay. All right. Avarith, hello.
Hello.
So, you are walking into the halls of the school, just kind of walking around. After a little while, about 20 or 30 minutes of walking, are you still just you doing laps? What are you doing?
I want to start walking towards a different entrance to the student council room or area.
Okay. Okay. So as you begin to head in that direction, you start to hear quickened footsteps down the halls. It's getting later at this point. So there's not a lot of foot traffic, so hastened footsteps are
Are they coming?
Somebody's running? Yeah, they are. They're approaching.
Is there anything around me that I can hide behind, or at least shadow myself?
Yeah, I mean there are side halls and stuff like that.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah.
I
You
will
looking to hide?
duck into a side hall. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
Oof.
All right, cool. Yeah, you think you're pretty well hidden. As you kind of duck into the side hall, the footsteps slow. And suddenly you don't hear any footsteps any longer as you're sort of hiding in this hallway.
And they were still coming towards me, though.
They were originally when they were running, but when you jumped into the side hall, they stopped and then they went silent.
Mm. I can hear nothing else.
You don't hear anything.
Mm.
Do you want to peek out?
Yeah, can I? Oh, fuck. Do I?
Do you?
What's in the hall behind me? Like, can I wrap around a different way? Avrath does not want to be found.
Yeah. So, like, if you were to walk down that side hall, it would loop around to further back from where you came.
Okay, and I would be able to look down the hall, just a different direction.
Theoretically, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try to attempt that.
Okay, yeah. So with your 20 stealth, you think you're pretty quiet as you're moving around, and you get to that other side, that sort of loop. What are you doing when you get there? You're hugging the wall.
I like to peek out the way where I was. I like
Okay.
look the way that I was and see if that's where the person is.
Okay, you peek out, and you almost come out face to face with Rinko as she's like, "Hello. Didn't know you were this forward.
That's
Listen, I told you that it was a one-time thing."
It always happens this way. It always does. Okay. Hi, Rinko. How are you?
Doing
How
swell.
did you know where I was?
I didn't. I was running, and then I saw you, and then I watched you duck into a side hall, and I stopped and was like, "Ooh, I'm playing a game of cat and mouse, are we?" So I jumped up to the side of the wall, and I heard you walk down the hall, and I turned around and saw this other entrance. So I snuck my way back over here,
Yeah,
and
your
I
ears are
waited for you.
terrifying. Yeah, I'm okay. Hi.
Hello.
What can I help you with?
I was looking for you.
Oh, really? That's
Mhm.
convenient. Sure. Okay.
Mhm. And she like pulls
Wow.
on her shirt a little and says, "Thought we could have our one-on-one, and since it's so late."
Avrath is just flat-faced. No emotion on his face. There he is, just total flat-faced staring.
Thought you could spend a night with a girl.
He's gonna start walking backwards. No, yeah, I hear ya. Yeah. Hey, you go get prepared, whatever you ladies do, and I'll.
Yeah, where are
see
we
there.
going? And
No,
she's like
no, I
walking
know where
next.
you-
She's like walking next to you.
Okay, he's gonna stop. Listen, you go back to your room, check up on Dane, however it may be. Get
Listen,
ready for
I
whatever
can't
you
get-
need.
I can't get in the middle of a sibling bond moment, and I came all the way out here to see you, and you're turning me away?
I wouldn't disagree with the
Rejection.
sibling part. They do need that. There's a lot of healing to be done there.
Mhm,
He's gonna be
mhm,
very exaggerated there.
And I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, that's rare. I don't know if you knew that.
I think you and I can do a lot of agreeing.
He's gonna squint his eyes. You ask a lot of leading questions. Do you know that? You're really good at that. Perfect for the news place.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I'm aware.
you get prepared. We'll get some different clothes on for the night. It's
I'm
cold
already
out there
ready.
again.
You want more
I'm not-
clothes on?
I'm not gonna be able to shrug you away, am I?
No.
Okay.
No.
Sure. What other conversation then? would
You
like to
told
have?
me you wanted to talk to me.
I said get ready for a con to talk as well, and not just me.
Oh,
I didn't specify when.
you want to have other types of conversations, I see. I knew you were that kind of boy.
He's looking up to the ceiling at this point. Just smite me down, bro. Just smite me. He's gonna look back at her and just, okay. What did you intentionally find me for, though? Right
So I was-
now.
Because I was bored.
He's just gonna close his eyes and look back at her. Look at her very dumbfoundedly. Just, it's almost nighttime. How about you go get some rest, huh? He's gonna continue trying to back up.
Listen, I had a near-death experience, and each step you take away from her, she takes a step towards you.
It's like we're dancing, isn't it?
I
But you had a near death, and I
death
had an
experience.
actual death.
You had an
know?
actual death, so let's live
Yeah,
like we're
that-
dying.
Athos is actually gonna be like surprised. Okay, what are we talking about?
Living like we're dying?
No, in general, like what you found me because you're bored. Here we are.
Mhm.
You found me. Congratulations, you won the cat and mouse game. What
Cool.
can I do for you?
Let's go.
Where?
And she takes your hand and starts to pull you. Come on.
He's just gonna roll his eyes and start walking.
And she begins to lead you towards the exit of the academy.
Okay.
And if you allow her, she will lead you out into the academic city. Are you allowing her to do it?
As I'm walking out, I will like to ring the bell.
Okay.
But I'm going to give hand signals when I do the bell of just follow.
Okay. Yeah, you can do so. And you arrive at a place that's called Pane in the Glass.
Oh.
And it looks like a pub.
Didn't take you for a drinker.
Listen, I'm here for you as much as I'm here for me. We're living like we're dying, and this place is the bomb.
I was gonna kind of like be taken back a little bit. You seem different.
I seem different.
Yeah.
Darling, this is how I always am. You just don't give me the time of day.
Now we sound like a married couple. All right.
You said it, not me, Prince.
Uh-huh. Show me your wares. I'm just gonna start walking into the place.
As you walk in, you see on this bar in full view the Hall of Cheese.
Oh, no.
And you see a massive sign that says home to all 4 nations specialties of mac and cheese.
I was just gonna smile. Hey, what's that about?
You see the bartender turn around and give you a look. Interested in the Hall of Cheese, are we?
He's gonna take one good look at the bartender. I mean, it looks interesting. What is the wall of cheese?
Oh! He cracks his knuckles and rubs his hands together, and he pulls out from under the bar this bandana, puts it around his head and tightens it, and it says Cheese Master across the top. And he says, one lucky champion of many. Perhaps we have a new challenger for the gauntlet.
Gauntlet? What? Who am I fighting?
Oh, you aren't fighting anybody, good sir, but your own stomach.
Well, I love food, so that's gonna be hard to top.
Can you meet the challenge? This is our last winner of the gauntlet. We actually had 2 recently. Check down here. And he points down below to the lesser Hall of Cheese, and you see Sentimon listed.
Avarice's face is just gonna lose his smile and just focus in.
And then he says, and those champion enough, those heralded enough to beat the gauntlet of all 4 major nations, signature mac and cheese bowls, plus the neutral zone signature, are worthy enough to have their name, and he reaches back and pulls a string, like this long curtain string, and these curtains across the back of the bar open, and you see that there are only a few spots filled, are worthy enough to land on the greater Hall of Cheese. And this man, this boy, has done it twice.
Who is he
And you
pointing to?
see Cyrus Blackwood.
What? On the greater wall?
Yes, sir.
His
Yes,
eyes are just
sir.
gonna widen. Am I that? No, they they wouldn't.
They came in here together and they destroyed my gauntlet, the two of them.
They didn't invite me
Yes.
for food. I'm gonna just like slam down on the bar. I'm gonna snap my head to Rinko. I know we were gonna talk, but I gotta do this. He's gonna wait for
Nodding.
permission.
She's nodding. All right.
He's gonna get that grin back. He's gonna snap back to the bartender. I got a gluttony. What do I gotta do?
Don't you worry. Sit right there. And he points to a seat at the bar. And you see as people start to gather around. Gauntlet. Gauntlet.
I was gonna
Gauntlet.
bob his head. Just get gauntlet. Gauntlet.
A few minutes pass. 10 minutes pass. You hear yelling in the kitchen from the cheese master. Get it going! The gauntlet is on! And 15 minutes pass, and he comes out with this massive platter. You see 4 massive bowls of mac and cheese.
Everett's eyes are just lighting up.
And in the middle is this signature neutral zone dish. And it looks like a conglomerate of all 4 major nations mashed into one. And he places it down before you. And he says, you finish all 5 of these bowls in 20 minutes. And
20?
you, sir, are up there forever.
I'm gonna point to his forehead. Do I get me one of those?
You can put that in there with one of these. And he pulls out a t-shirt that says, I have defeated the gauntlet and landed on the Hall of Cheese.
You're on.
All right. Just so you know, if you puke, you gotta pay.
That's fair enough. I mean, I've eaten a lot of food in my time, so we're gonna hope.
All right. So,
yeah, wow, I got a quick time event.
are you ready?
As much as we can.
All right, Avrif. Then if you are ready, you can make a Constitution saving throw as you dig into your first bowl.
All right. It's a Constitution saving throw. Oh, God. Now, okay. Question.
Okay. You want to make a case for a different roll?
Maybe.
Okay.
Because
Let me hear it.
Athos is a foodie.
Yes, he is.
Loves food. Anytime he sits down, he's eating big meals. Anytime out in the forest, he's getting a meal. He's filling his stomach almost every single time. He understands food.
That's true.
He has the knowledge.
Okay.
It has to be a saving throw, though, right?
It's got to be a saving throw.
Okay.
Because you're speed eating. So
That's
you're
true.
you're trying to make a save against throwing it up immediately.
Fuck. Okay.
The first one is a very low save. I will say that.
Okay. Does him having this foodie in him do anything, or am I just making a case for a different role?
You know what? He's a foodie. You can roll with advantage. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
Constitution's scary. Ooh. I didn't get beat up more. Oh, damn. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Fuck. All right.
Wow.
Yeah, you
That did not
devour.
even matter.
You devour that bowl in no time flat.
I'm just one fucking scoop. I'm just pouring the bowl down my gullet.
Everybody around you is stun locked, watching you eat this bowl of mac and cheese as you finish the first one. Which nation did you start with?
Is there actually any greater significance?
Not particularly, but just for context, what nation?
Let's say for context, let's say it's mine.
Okay.
Because it's something that I've always had. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you'd make sense. It's like an more earthy mac and cheese. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it goes down easy. You get the sense that
and every day growing up.
You get the sense that each nation has their own distinct style. Which nation are you going to next?
Boot. Let's. Oh man, the neutral sounds so good. But I think I gotta tackle the foreign first. Okay. Let's go to the Amans.
Okay, you going to Oscar. Gotcha.
Oscar, yeah.
All right, yeah, you go on to Oscar. Make another Constitution saving throw.
Oh god.
At advantage. I'll keep you letting you roll at advantage.
Oh my god.
Dog.
Oh.
Avrath is a complete foodie. He's a crazy man.
Okay, all right, yeah.
Oh my god.
Like,
what?
4 minutes into this challenge,
and you have 20s today?
And you've devoured 2 bowls. People are stun locked and they are going, Avareth, Avareth, Avareth,
He's just panting ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Oscar and Zested are down. Who are you going to next?
Oh god.
You're fucking killing it.
Let's grab. Oh shit.
You got Shinimi, Efrance, and the neutral zone.
What's the description? Okay, give me Shinimi. Just give me Shinimi. Let's see if it's
all right. So the Shinimi one is more watery, seemingly. It seems like it's got a more watery flavor to it. More liquidy. You know when you get mac and cheese and it's very loose.
Good. That's a good middle bowl because we need to lubricate our. Okay, we're going for that one. We're going for that one.
Okay.
Oh god. There's no way. Okay.
Yeah, okay. So it takes you a few extra seconds. You're not used to how loose it is, how liquidy it is, but you're able to get it down. You don't think you're not struggling with it, but it's not easy. You do lose some time here, but you're still way ahead. You've only used 8 of the 20 minutes to get through 3 bowls.
Oh wow. Okay.
So yeah, you got Efrance up next.
All right, Efrance it is.
Yeah.
It's gonna kind of like tighten up. Oh, let's do this. Okay.
All right, nice. Just ahead, man. You're doing it. So it takes you feel you're slowing down. You're slowing down. You can start it to feel compounding. You're up to 12 minutes. 12 minutes. You got 8 minutes left, and then you have the neutral zone bowl left.
Looking at the bartender. You weren't lying about a cheese master. You captured these perfectly.
And you, sir, are a worthy combatant.
You said I only the neutral, right?
Yeah, you just did Efrance just now. You did all the 4 nations, yep.
So now it's just a neutral.
Just the neutral zone, which is a conglomerate of the 4.
All right. This has got to be good. Does he have any water nearby him at all?
Yeah, if you want to take a drink, yeah, you can definitely take a drink of water.
Take a quick swig. Just grab the lubricate the throat. All right. My palate's cleansed. Let's do this. Oh no!
Oh, rise before the fall. But you still don't puke because you were still above the puke line.
Okay. Do I have time left?
You do, because you fucking rolled 2 natural 20s at the start.
Okay. Do I roll again to reattempt?
No. So what happens is you're eating this neutral zone bowl, you're slowing down, the roar of the crowd behind you. 12 minutes, 13 minutes, 14 minutes, 15 minutes, 16 minutes, 17 minutes. You get to the 18th minute mark. Done. You finish.
Clear and bowl.
Clear. Cheese Master looks over. A legend has been born.
I'm pissed at them still for not inviting me. But damn if I wasn't gonna finish.
A man destined for the greater hall of cheese.
Did he say how to get the greater hall?
You had to beat it in 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And you did it in 18. You were just above the puke line.
Oh my god, that's terrifying. That was too close.
Just above the puke line, but just below the mark to finish it in freaking crazy numbers. Your 2 natural 20s fucking saved you because you wouldn't have done it otherwise.
No, absolutely not. Holy.
Yeah. So he looks over and he grabs this big camera-looking thing from Asuka. It looks like it's a camera, but it's from Asuka. It looks like it's almost like a revolutionary camera, like old school.
Place.
Yeah. And he turns it around and he says,
What is that?
"Look at this. Look at me, son.
What is
Give me a big smile."
Okay.
And Rinko jumps into the side of you and does like one of these like like the peace signs or whatever on the side of you, and it goes. You see a big flash, and then a few seconds later, this slow card comes out, and he's like, "Immortalized on the greater hall of cheese." And
Everett's curiosity is just crazy.
It's a picture of you
How?
on the wall.
How do you do that? I mean, that's amazing. The
Brand new
greater hall.
Asuka invention.
Huh.
I need your name,
That's good.
son.
Oh, he's gonna kind of think for a second. Yeah, Avarath. Avarath, we'll go with
All
that.
right. Avarath. All right. There it is, son. And this is for you. And he hands you the shirt and he says, and spin around in your seats.
All right, you gotta
And you-
grab this shirt and just spin around.
And he puts a bandana on you.
Oh,
He's master.
yeah, he's gonna just like look to the sky, just right his arms. Gauntlet conquered, and he's just screaming to the sign.
And
He's
as
kind of
you,
like put his hand around Rinko's shorter than him, right?
he is, yeah.
His shoulder around Rinko. Oh man, I'm gonna need some help getting to a table.
Let's go, big guy.
Player to DM.
Yeah.
Did Avarath beat Cyrus?
No. Actually,
Cyrus got no nat 20s.
no, he didn't. So yes, he did beat him. Cyrus got in just under the time. It was like 19 something.
Yeah. Sent got like 21 minutes or something.
Yeah. It was like really close. But yes, he just beat Cyrus's time.
Okay,
But
yeah,
Cyrus-
Steph was
Cyrus-
asking, so I was like,
Cyrus is a 2-time gauntlet champion. Greater Hall champion. But yeah.
I don't know if I'm gonna beat 2 nats, bro. If that last one was a good roll, man, that would have been an unbeatable time.
Yeah. Bro, if you had rolled another natural 20, you would have been like sub 10 minutes.
Jesus, that would have been insane.
Insane.
The puke line is like the best thing I've ever heard.
But yeah, so you sit down at your table and a few drinks are brought over to you, and the bartender gives you a nod and says, "Drinks are on the house for you two tonight.
Huh.
Not every day we get so many new champions for the gauntlet."
I was gonna have a faint smile. Well, my thank you. Oh, I don't know if I have room for them, but I'll try.
And that is where we're going to end game tonight. Ah!
Nice. The quick time gauntlet.
The quick time gauntlet.